I think we'll find out that I have no sense of time. I don't know what 5 minutes is. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another stream. Hopefully I didn't leave you guys waiting for long. I meant to change it from 5 minutes to a little bit longer, because I thought I was going to need the time. But hi, hello, I hope you're all doing well today. I hope you're all excited. Today we're playing game night. Alright, well, we're doing game night today. It's Wretched Wastelands by Stuart Watkins. As you can see, we have... Now, I'm gonna have to keep an eye out on OBS. When I chose what time we were doing this today, even though I'm late, extremely late, I did this with the impression that it was gonna be dark out already. It's not. In fact, the sun is still only in the process of coming down now, so my window is right over there. Over here. Hi. Hello. My window's over there, so I'm getting all that nice, beautiful, natural light right now on our beautiful Jenga tower. But as soon as the light goes down, it's over. So we gotta keep that in mind as we progress through the night. Also, we're playing a public playlist that I've only verified the first few songs in, called Southern Gothic / Dark Western on Spotify for our game tonight. Tonight we're playing once again Wretched Wasteland by Stuart Watkins. If you guys have been in stream for a little bit, you will recognize this game. Hold on, let me just make sure. Okay, we sound good. We sound good. Sorry, I'm late. I'm a little flustered. I woke up. Well, I didn't wake up, but I came to sit down at my desk to like get ready for stream at like 5:30ish. And because I finished almost everything last night, and I found a bunch of like little baby ants, just like not a lot of them, not enough for because I don't have any food on my desk. So there was just a lot of like scout ants on my desk, and I was like, hello. And I couldn't figure out where they were coming from. So I spent a while like searching the perimeter of my room to find where these ants were coming from. I couldn't find them. Because usually they come from the outside, which is that way, where the window is. And then I came over here and I was like, and then I turned to throw something away in my trash can, and I saw a bunch of ants on a container I have over there, and I'm like, I don't have any food there. I have food above you. And so I'm staring at the foods like frantically, like, oh my god, did they get into the snacks? They didn't, which would have been impressive if they did, because it's two containers on top of each other, but they're like the tubs. So there's a bunch of like obstacles they'd have to go through. But no, it turns out they were just getting into, like, the bag was just touching that container, and the ants found my trash can with some food in it. And so I had to spend the last 30-ish minutes fighting them. I won, but I won the battle. The war is still to be determined. I now know where they're coming from, though, so that's a W. But you probably won't see them on the webcam, but occasionally there'll just be like one little ant that passes by. So if you guys see me like frantically smushing something and then like throwing it off to the side, it's because I found an ant. And they're not fire ants, but they look like them, and I don't trust them. Hello, Bude. How are you doing today? Thanks for stopping by. So yeah, today we're doing Wretched Wasteland by Stuart Watkins. Ants are the worst. I fucking hate them. Like I said, today we're listening. You know what? Let me get this playlist. Give me the link. I have a command on my Nightbot that's playlist that I haven't used in forever. I used to use it all the time, but I don't anymore. But you know what? Because this is all going to be people singing at me, it turns out. This is not PB's playlist. I don't even know what playlist that was there. Wretched Waste. But yeah, I'm a little flustered. I didn't really get to do like a solid get ready on this one. All right, submit. There we go. But we're ready. I got a good feeling about the scout. I think they're going to make it. I sure hope they do. So to cover the rules to start with, if we look over to our right side of our screen, we'll see a green little token over there with an X, and then all through here are our days. Now you'll notice there's less days here than there were before in the last night when I described the rules, and that's because they simply wouldn't fit on the screen. So, you know, you win some, you lose some. But we have to. So the way our flow is going to go in this game is the scout, are trying to get to our compound, which is up here. It's going to be the little circle. So we're starting off on this X. This is where we've been spotted. This is where we're starting to get chased. Now, I'm running for our lives, and we're trying our best. Now, you'll see that there's some dots on some of these lower hexes. Well, on all the hexes, actually. And this signifies what we have to roll to get to make it to the promised land of our compound. So if we have 3 dots here, this is 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6. This is 5 and 6, 5 and 6, and then finally this is 6. So that signifies what I have to roll on the die to move on to the next tile. The other rule is if we roll a 1 on our die when we are rolling to move on to the next tile, we have to go back a tile. We've gotten lost and we have to go back a tile. So it's kind of brutal in that way. Speaking of brutal, you'll see our beautiful Jenga tower over here. This Jenga tower is another one of our win-loss mechanics. So our Jenga tower represents us physically and mentally. So as this becomes more segmented, so do we. And that means if this falls, we fall. That's it. GG's. We didn't make it. The Wasteland won. And then our very final one, which I can't show you because I'd have to pull it from the deck and I don't know where it is in the deck. There's an Ace of Spades card. I'm sure we're all familiar with the Ace of Spades. If not the song, at least the playing card. The Ace of Spades, if ever pulled, that is the end of the game right there. The Raiders have caught us. That's GG's. And I guess it also goes with, I also should mention that there's 4 kings in this deck. If we collect all 4 of those kings, that's another GG. So there are 3 ways we lose this. It is, we pull the Ace of Spades, we pull all 4 kings, or our Jenga tower falls. I know, it's a little spicy. So, if you guys have been on the stream before, you will have seen me working on these cards for a long time. And it is because I made a custom 52 card deck specifically for stream. I put all the prompts there on each card with a small illustration of what is depicted in the description, at least to the best of my ability. And so that is what we have. If you ever have questions, feel free to hit !game to find this game yourself over on itch.io. I have a link. And then there's also !rules, which will also tell us what the rules are in layman's term. So that's it. That's Wretched Wasteland now. Are we ready to enter the apocalyptic wasteland that is Wretched Wastelands? I am moving something off of my screen so it doesn't distract me. All right, starting off, we're starting on our little X down here on our map. And I am moving over to Roll20. So if it gets a little dark, you're going to have to let me know because I won't have that on my screen off the top of my head. All right, so first things first, we are the scout. The scout in most of these cards is going to be depicted by a green little guy. He's just a little guy. All right, so we we have been spotted. We are a scout. We are looking around the land. We are finding interesting points of interest and writing them down in our little notebook in order to run back to our compound and let them know, hey, I think we can get supplies here. Oh, this is dangerous. Stay clear of this area. I found footsteps that would, suggest a den is nearby. This is a raider's encampment, etc., etc. Filling out a map, a real time map for our compound, and more importantly, our scavengers. So I am now, I was doing that. I was noting there was an encampment of raiders nearby when I looked up, and they saw the glint of my eyeglass, and I heard the telltale whooping and the telltale ruckus that of the raiders. And that was my only clue in before I started getting shot at, and now I'm on the run. They have spotted me, they know where I am. I have to go. So our very first roll is to see how does our day go. We're rolling 1d6 to figure out how many cards we need to deal out. 3. We rolled a 3. So we are going to... Oh. We have 1, 2, and then 3. Also, it should be noted, I have no idea where the Ace of Spades is in this deck. Typically, if you're doing this, you want to make sure that the Ace of Spades is like... The Ace of Spades is basically your... how long you want this game to be card. I don't have the ability to do that here in Roll20, so we will be surprised. Whenever the Ace of Spades pops in, that's GG's. Game over. It could be the next card, it could be the last card. I'll never know until I pull it. Oh, dang, a ruckus, right? So we pulled our 3 cards. Okay, we pulled the 9 of hearts, the 7 of diamonds, and the 6 of clubs. 6 of clubs. So 9 is waste sickness is upon me. My stomach churns, my skin is red and puffy, and I'm short of breath. Careful. This can kill you. What do I have in my pack to help me? 7 is a bookshelf crumbles as you walk past it. In the remains you find books filled with paintings of horrid creatures. Did these once roam in the old world? What do you do with the books? And last but not least, we have while laying at rest, you hear them. The raiders have set up camp on the other side of the hill. They're so close you can hear them talking. What are they saying? Now, typically, you can rearrange these cards in whatever manner you want. The 6 of clubs could be the first one, and 9 of hearts can be the last one. And it's just whatever serves your narrative the best. However, in this case, I think this works out well. Not dying of dysentery already, I know. It's Oregon Trails all over again. And you'll also notice at the bottom of each of these cards, there's 3 icons. We have our blue die with a ×0 on it, which means we don't roll any dice due to that card. You'll see the tumbling Jenga tower also has a ×0 on it. That means we're not pulling from the tower. And then finally, you see this hand of cards in purple with the minus sign next to it, which means we do discard this card at the end of our turn. And we'll see only one of these cards tells us to do something, and that is our 6 of clubs, the Raiders card. We have our Jenga tower falling over, and it has a ×1. We'll deal with that when we get to it. The waste sickness is upon us. We started running through the wastelands, and we had already been taking it a little slow because we were feeling a little unwell, but we felt it was the heat of the sun. We were getting heat sickness. Instead, as I walk into an abandoned building, after running for what I could only assume was miles, I finally stop. I finally get into, finally find a building, or a series of buildings. And I walk in and I through one of the cracks in the wall, and I grab onto the wall, and I'm having a hard time breathing. I'm having a hard time thinking. My stomach is churning, my skin is red and puffy. This isn't heat sickness. This isn't the adrenaline. I have the waste sickness. I haven't had this since I was a child, since my parents thought I was gonna die when this hit our compound. But we got through it. Usually, this is a wait and see kind of deal, but we don't have time for this. Luckily, the Scouts Guild, a guild that exists upon many compounds, not just our own, there is a Scouts manual one can think of, a survival guide that gives us tools to be able to survive the most difficult of times. And in this case, we are trying to survive one of the most deadly sicknesses of the Wastelands. A wait and see, stay healthy, stay hydrated, eat food. And I don't have the luxury of that time. So I ruffle through my pack and I find my tin given to me the moment I joined the Scouts Guild. I open it, and inside of it there is a syringe. If you've ever seen an EpiPen, think of that. It is a long tube, thick. One side with a colorful bottle cap on the other side of it, and the other side capped off, or it's closed off. I take my everyday knife, my multi-tools knife, and I chop it off, and then I put it in my upper arm, and I push down, and I feel instantly, as this needle enters me, an instant relief. I'm not certain. I'm not a doctor. I'm a scout. I don't know what's inside this concoction made up by the medical staff. But what I do know is that instantly I feel this relief go through my body. And before I couldn't breathe, I couldn't think. Now suddenly the breaths are coming easier. The fog is lifting up. My stomach is settling. And I slide down the wall next to me. And I sigh a breath of relief. It's getting dark outside. As I'm gonna have to wait here. It's dangerous outside at night. So I look around this room while the little streams of sun are coming through the cracks in the ceiling and the wall. Not the most structurally sound place you've ever seen or stayed in your life, but this feels like it's a good option. Oh, this is big suppressing symptoms, not the cause. As you get a lay of the land, as I get a lay of the land, I look around and it's a building that's surprisingly untouched by the weather phenomena that occur through the Wastelands, especially with how many cracks there are in the walls. But you figure that due to the angle and due to the just uninteresting material in here, there's nothing inside this building that would be useful in a survival situation. There's nothing here you could use to rebuild anything. It is just a building made of rotting wood and paper. It's not high priority. Let's just put it that way. And you're walking around finding a nice place to be able to put your pack down and sleep with your back against something, hidden by something else. The raiders are still chasing us. And as we're doing so, a shelving unit next to us falls apart. And as I'm digging through it, hoping to find something, anything of use in here, I find a book from the old world. I flip through it. It's surprisingly vibrant, but inside it's filled with these horrifying creatures. You're seeing some things out here in the Wastelands, but never such a variety of creatures. Not such a variety of fauna inside. One of them talks about a carnivorous plant that's horrifying. No one has ever told you that about the old world. Whenever people speak of the old world, it's always about the wonderful things that came before the Great War. They talk about the plants that existed that freely overtook the world if you allowed them. Instead, which is hard to believe because you live in a wasteland now that barely supports the plants that your compound is has created an entire building for, in the hopes of just cultivating enough for medicine and for more important staple vegetables. The pictures of the geoduck, horrifying. You see that there is animals, creatures inside the water, enormous, larger than the rusted out vehicles you see as you walk through the wasteland. That's impossible. That's unimaginable. Creatures the size of the crumbling skyscrapers from the big cities we avoid. That's horrifying. These were in the old world, and people were okay with that? How did people survive with skyscraper animals? Animals, when compared to humans, were in multiples. Running away from wasteland beasts was scary enough. To know that these creatures existed, just roamed around in peace with the old world. It seems like fantasy. In fact, this might be a fantasy book. What do I do with this book? I spend the night until the sun stops streaming through the cracks in the wall. I spend the time looking through the book and really examining it. You know a little. You know how to read a little bit. You can make out a lot of words, especially the important ones. Here, danger, stay away, my own name, scouts, honor, traitor, raiders, sick. But reading through this book, there are words that I have never even heard of before. At least I don't think. Some of these words you think are misspelled. Honestly, this isn't the way these work. And I'll read through it, and until the sun's light is rises or sinks past the landscape, staring at these photos, horrified with these creatures, but fascinated by the landscape behind them. You see hills, you see mountains, you see snow and white snow. You see all these plants, so many. It fills the entire page in green. Oh no, they found the novelization of Brain of Fire. Oh no. And looking at this, it's hard to believe what you're looking at until you can no longer see it. You're tempted to almost light a fire to keep reading, to keep looking, to keep examining what was in the old world until the lights go out, but the raiders are chasing you and you're still not feeling 100%. So you look through this book and you tear out a particular page with this horrifying orange creature hiding amongst the green backdrop. It is orange with black stripes, and the contrast of the colors and the unbelievable amount of fauna is something you want to carry with you. Although horrifying, it's almost a promise of the future, of what could be. Of when, if the old world rumors are true, that one day the plants will once again take over this world. And so I stuff it inside my pack and I settle in for the night. And as I'm settling in, on the other side of the wall, in the maybe the building next to mine, I start to hear the whooping, the boisterous noises of the raiders. Raiders have no fear for anything or even themselves. Wasteland, they have the numbers on their sides. They're all fighters. They're all warriors. If a creature does come, they will be able to deal with it handedly. So there is no fear when they are loud out in the middle of the wastelands. For they will fight whatever is to come, and they have no care if someone falls. They have no qualms in sacrificing one for the many. And so you're listening to them next to you. It's jarring almost, only hearing this much noise in the middle of the day in the compound, surrounded by walls and metal buildings. You hear them laughing, speaking about their last raids, about past raids. You hear them bragging about who has killed the most beasts. You hear the screams, the yelping of their mutated beasts that they carry around as their companion beasts. Horrifying creatures that make noises that will haunt your dreams every night past this. You've never been so close. You've never had the opportunity to hear what they have to say at rest. You only ever hear their threats. You only ever hear what one would hear before their death. And it's odd because some of the conversations that they have are those of that are so normal, those that you would hear walking past the streets of your compound. It's odd, weirdly humanizing behind the chorus of yelps and screeches from their mutated beasts. Screeches that are of play, you think? And they don't sound in pain. You think they're playing with them? Another horrifying thought. And with that, we have our first Jenga pool. So I would like you to turn your eyes over to our camera. Oh, JK, here's our Jenga tower. We're gonna pull one of these blocks. Now, I don't know much about Jenga. Oh, I guess we're taking that one. I don't know much about Jenga, but what I do know is that you have to pull these little guys. And when the tower falls, it falls. But there goes our first block of being chased by raiders and having to sleep next to them for the first time ever. A horrifying experience. And it's hard to sleep when they're so close by. You don't think they'll enter, but it's not a comforting thought. And with that, we make our second roll of the night, which is, if we look over at the right side of our screen, we have our map. We need a roll of 4, 5, or 6 to move forward. Otherwise, we stay here on this X. Do we move forward? We do not. We don't move backwards, but we don't move forward. We simply stay here, continuing to wander around. We have to leave late after the raiders pass us by. Oh, that's right. I have to put this on top, huh? That's how Jenga works? Hold on. There we go. We put it back up. My bad. My B. So let's get rid of our cards and let's see what happens today. We're rolling another D6 to see how many cards we pull this time. 4. Where were you last time, 4? Why couldn't you be here for me before? We have our first king. And never mind, we've lost. GG's, we did our best, guys. We did our best. We tried our hardest, and our hardest wasn't good enough. Right at the beginning of the game, we we pull our first king. So the thing about kings is, you know what? Let's pull all the rest of the 4. Let's see if we can get a story going on here. Oh man, we pulled 2 kings right at the top. That's horrifying. So on our kings, you see we have a little plus sign next to our deck of hand, our hand of cards, our purple icon, and that plus sign means we have to keep this card. And you'll see that both kings have this plus. Remember at the top of the game, I talked about how if we collect all 4 kings, we lose the game. So our first king is, before you realize it, you hear their rushing footfalls and smell their pungent odor. The raiders are onto you. You run faster than you thought possible, but will they catch you? Let me tell you. Then we have, we'll read our ace of spades last. Then we have the raiders, 10 of clubs. The mad, violent outcries of the raiders sound as you rest. It's as if they are celebrating with excessive whiskey and chems fueling their madness. What does it sound like? And our final king is a bullet ricochets off the wall beside you. The chip brick scatters across your face. The raiders are upon you. What do you do to evade them? So let's do this. We'll start off with that one. We'll go into this one. We'll go into that king, and then we'll finish off with our ace of spades. We have, so as we're walking out in the morning, immediately, we hear footfalls. You thought they were long gone, but it seems they were just waiting, as if they knew you were next to them all night, but they thought waiting for you later would be better. You run off, and you... Oh, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do the 10 raiders, because that'll transition well, actually. They're still celebrating in the morning, making violent outcries and celebrating. They've been drinking all night, and maybe also using chems. You can smell a synthetic type of smell in the air as you pass by them. You think you're fine until you hear footfalls behind you and the smell of your pungent odor. You thought you were careful, but they must have had scouts out themselves with an eagle eye on top of one of these buildings. You don't have time to look. You just have time to run. And run you do. You run faster and faster. Bullets ricochet past you across the walls. You're passing by. Brick scatters across our faces as we're running. We're running through this town, zigzagging through these roads, covered in rubble and long forgotten items of the past world, of the old world, until you take one turn poorly. You reach a dead end. You don't know these roads. These aren't your roads. This isn't something you have a map of. You were just running on adrenaline and instinct, and unfortunately, our luck has run out. We run into an alleyway. As you hear these footfalls reach the end of this alleyway, you hope that they would go past you, but their beasts caught your scent, and they start yelping and screaming, and you pop your head past the rubble you were hiding behind, desperate, looking for anything, anywhere. You see a ladder, and we jump off the rubble and try to catch this ladder. We catch it. We start going down. However, you hear the creaking, you hear the grinding noises. Desperately, we try to climb up. And just as we reach the top where we think we're safe, everything goes black. And that is the ace of spades. You're off to continue your journey back to the compound when you're ambushed They hit your head and you feel dazed. You fight back while seeing double until everything goes black. That's our first game of Wretched Wasteland. Just like that. Like I said, usually you would put this card somewhere in the middle of the deck. However, I don't have that luxury. So let's reshuffle our deck and start off with a new day. A new day, a new life. We've just been spotted once again by these raiders. This time I was writing notes when I heard a yelp and the screech of a mutated animal. And with it, I see a raider turn the corner. And before they see me, I'm off. But their mutated beast does not let up. We only rolled one card. Ace of Spades right here. No. Oh, wow. Yes. I love it when the cards fuel my narrative. This is the one right here. Let's go. We have the beasts are chasing you. They bite at your heels and their screams ring in your ears. They're almost on you. Do you escape? If so, how? We are running for our lives. These mutated beasts, long reptilian bodies, larger, long, the size of a man on all fours, a large maw with large teeth, crazed eyes, and you know they're scuttling footfalls anywhere. They look like they would be slow, but they, on short distances, they catch you if you allow them. You start running. Running is your livelihood. You are a scout. You start running. These mutated beasts let off a leash as you hear raiders whooping in the background, trying to gather their forces and follow after their beasts. These beasts are right behind you. You're running. There's one advantage that humans have in this wasteland, and it is that you will run until your body lets out. And these beasts do not have that kind of endurance. The raiders may, but with their heavy scrap armor and the burden of these beasts that they carry, they also do not have the luxury of long distance running, and therefore you do. You run and you run and you run past when they stop chasing you. You run farther and farther until you can't even hear the whoops of these raiders. And once you no longer hear them, you run a little bit longer. You run all day until the sun is setting and you have to find a space to sleep in. You find a completely blown apart building with only it looks like there were 2 stories to this building, and the second story has a little still has some floor and is still sound enough. It's the corner, and you trust that you'll be able to sleep up on the little sliver of the second floor left. You climb on the crumbling walls until you feel comfort in laying down. You know that the mutated beasts of the raiders cannot climb. That is not what their body is made for. Excuse me. Their bodies are made for sprinting, long distance sprints, not climbing, not running long. But you're not willing to take the risk. Second floor it is, and hopefully no one can see you up here. You rip open one of your rations and you eat half of it. You don't know how long this run is going to take. From past experiences, you know it could take weeks. And with this, again, if we look at the yellow icon, we have to pull from our Jenga tower. Ooh, which one are we gonna grab this time? Let's do this one. Boop. And we'll put it on top. This time I won't forget, I promise. Boop. And there we go. It was an ordeal, being chased by all of those beasts. What are we gonna do? That's a great question. Let's find out. We are gonna roll another D6 and see. Again, we need a 4, 5, or 6 to move on to that 1. We rolled a 3, we don't move on. It's a long night. And in the distance, you can hear the yips and the whoops as they get closer. but they don't get close enough that they will see you. So here we roll another d6. Where was this last time? We roll a 5. That's a 5 pull. We're pulling 5 cards. Oh no. Oh no. All right, we have 5 cards. We have a 2, which is the wind blows with empty wings and the merry-go swings, and the merry-go-round winds as the rusted metal slowly turns. This was a place of happiness. What does it look like to you now? We now have the Queen of Clubs, Rain. It's toxic and poisonous, but you know, not even the raiders will be out today. Today you can rest with ease if you have shelter. 8 of Clubs. You hear the howls of their beasts, the rabid, starving mongrels they've trained to hunt and kill. Their guttural growls and screams pierce through the silence of the waste. What do you do? What are you thinking? Then we have the K, the King of Diamonds. Before you realize it, you'll recognize this one. We just had this. You hear their rushing footfalls, the smell of their pungent odor. The raiders are onto you. You run faster than you thought possible, but will they catch you? They don't. At least not yet. At least hopefully not. I only pull once, and I don't think that this Jenga tower should fall with one more pull. Then we have the Jack of Diamonds. The charred remains of a forest stretch out ahead of you for miles. The pictures showed this land used to be green and lush. Now it's an ominous blight. How does this make you feel? This is what we're gonna do. We're going to put that J there, or that Jack there. We're going to put the 8 there. Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm going to put the King first. We're going to put the Jack there. We're going to put the 8 there. We're going to find the merry-go-round, and we're going to finish with the Queen. All right. So, as we wake in the next morning, you smell them before you hear them. You're on the 2nd floor, and they can't see you, but they know you're there. They're circling this rubble, this neighborhood, I believe they used to be called, back in the old world. They're housing street. They're circling. You hear their yelping of their mongrels as you wait until a moment where you believe you can sneak off and run. You manage to land quietly off of the 2nd floor. You start sneaking off, and just as you're about to get out of the housing street, you're spotted. The yelps happen, the whoops of the raiders go, and you start running. You start running like your life depends on it, because it does. You keep running until you cannot hear them anymore. You cannot see them. You enter the charred remains of this forest. You weave in and out. You jump over logs. You hear the crunch of this charcoal that these trees have become. You're at the end of the night. You're going to be full of black dust. Looking like you were working in the mines, but no, you were just running for your life through this horrifying forest. Luckily, the plumes of charcoal that have been that rose into the wind as you ran through, and the sky beginning to darken in the background. You don't think you've been running that long, but maybe you have. Somehow, some way, you have lost the mongrels, the beasts of the raiders. Hearing them is one of the most horrifying sounds you'll ever hear. The echoes through this empty wasteland of charred forest. It's a nice change of scenery of the gray of the world you are accustomed to now, but it is not a comfort when behind you all you heard were screams and growls of these beasts you had not run away from not even 8 hours ago. And with that is our second pull of the night. Will we survive? We'll take this one. Boop. We got him. Oh, man. Then we get Relic of the Past, and as we run past and we no longer hear these screams, these growls, and we run past through this forest, we find these odd pieces of metal, scorched and charred, but still standing. Whatever fire came through this forest did not seem to affect these mechanisms much. There's one with chains coming down it, in parallel with a melted piece of brittle plastic that as you touch it crumbles in your hands. You don't know what this was for, but chains is confusing. You walk past and you find this circular device with bars on the sides. In the middle is another smaller circle. You're afraid to get on, you're afraid to touch it, afraid to make any noise that will echo through these forests. So you look at it perplexed. In the wind, as it starts to pick up, you'll see that these melted plastic chains behind you begin to sway in the wind back and forth. You hear this object, the circular object in front of you, start to squeal as it attempts to turn, possibly. And then you see a metal chute of some sort. You see sticks start tumbling down them. This is interesting, odd. You don't know why this is here. The concept of modern art isn't one you know. So it must be for a reason. Training, maybe? A training area? But this is tiny. This is for tiny humans. Or is this for children? Training children to do something? You don't know. But you don't have time to continue thinking about it because you hear the howls of the beast and you begin to hear the howling of the wind. And it is much darker now. You don't think you've been running that long. It's going to rain. You must find shelter now. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck outside in the acid rain that has plagued the Wastelands for 200 years. And so you do what you do best and you run. You've taken a moment of respite in this weird training encampment for children, and you run. You run until you find a building that is waterproof enough. You run. It's made out of the same what you can only assume is the same wood made of all of those charcoal trees. But that same fate did not succumb this cabin. You walk in and some of the windows are smashed, easily dealt with the materials inside. It doesn't appear that many people have been in and out of this area. It was probably difficult to spot this building in amongst all the trees, even as they exist in their dilapidated appearance. And so you sit there and you unpack your pack. No one is going to be running through these rains. You are safe. For the first time in several nights, you're able to light a fire. And you are able to sit in warmth and contemplate what is to come, how your days will continue on, and all your close brushes with the raiders. Will you be able to get back home in time? You can only hope as you turn in your bed, in the chair, inside the cabin, as you listen to the pitter patter of this toxic rain hit the top of the cabin. And with that, we enter our next day. We need a 4, 5, 6 to continue. We hit a 1, which means we go backwards, which means we don't move. This is going to be rough, guys. This is going to be rough. Here's another D6 to see how many cards we draw this time. We draw 3. Uh-oh. 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 There we go. You guys still look fine, right? Yeah. Okay, we got another queen. Oh, we got another ace. We got 3 queens. Nothing bad happens with queens. There just usually aren't bad cards. All right, so we have our cue. In a moment of rare serenity, you sit in the shade and eat your fill. What do you think as you contemplate the days ahead of you? Then we have early in the morning. A lone raider approaches your camp with their hands up, a deserter. They want to join you on your way back to the compound. What do you do? And then last but not least, Wasteland Wonders, cue of a spade. A tiny splash of green in the sea of gray. Looking down, you see a sapling growing through the rough wasteland soil. Plant life growing in the waste. What do you do? I think I like this order. The ace, the queen, and the queen. You wake up, your fire long gone out, and the rain having settled sometime in the morning. You wake up and stretch in a way of rest that you haven't been able to have in a long time. Not since you've been in the compound. And as you rest and you stretch and walk out ready for the next day, you hear footsteps approaching, the squelch in the mud, the charcoal and mud behind you. You immediately are alarmed as you turn, ready to begin another run. It'll be more difficult this time in the mud, but it's your only choice. Before you take your first stride, though, you hear someone behind you say, I'm not here. I'm not here to cause any trouble. And you turn and see them, arms up, without a helmet on. You see that they have the torn remnants of what would be seen as raider armor. Though they don't have a helmet and they're not as scarred as the raiders you recognize normally. They approach you and they talk. They leave a solid distance around you and they tell you that they're running from the raiders. That is, they were with the raiders after their compound was raided by them. Seen as strong and sturdy enough to be a potential recruit for the raiders. However, after being asked to do something unthinkable, they had to run, they had to leave. They couldn't continue to pretend, and so they ran. And you see that their skin is a little pockmarked. They were out in the rain last night, found whatever shelter they did, but it wasn't enough. You look at them up and down, you hear their tale, and you think about your training. Trained never to always travel alone and never pick up strays. There's a lot of them out in the wastelands. Most have lost their mind if they're alone. And this individual was alone, even if they were surrounded by raiders. you tell them that there won't be responsible for them and that they have to keep up. They're being chased by raiders themselves, and they cannot afford any moment to wonder if someone else is okay. They are welcome to follow you, but they have to know that they will not be, their only form of protection is to run. And if they cannot keep up, that is not their problem. It is the way of the wasteland. Live or die are the only options. The raider, although a little solemn at this proclamation, they agree, and they put their arms down, having gained a tentative trust with the scout. And we head off, only knowing that this raider is behind us by the squelch of their boots in the mud. Midday occurs, and we rest under the shade of a long collapsed building. I reluctantly share a bit of my ration with this raider, of which he's extremely grateful, eating it as though he hasn't eaten for days, and it's very well possible he hasn't. Life in the wastelands is rough. You think about what this means to you as the day continues. Will this raider be, this ex-raider be a detriment to you? Will they be helpful? They've already pointed out locations that you should avoid as you walk through this charcoal, as you have left this charcoal forest into locales that this raider recognizes. They were no scout, but they were part of the scavenging team of their compound. Nearby, they say, is where their compound was. Sorrowfully, mournfully, they inform us, although it is long gone. And as we stand up, I look past where we're supposed to go, and in the rubble of this fallen building, I see a little bit of green coming out of this rubble. I look closer at it as our raider continues to pack up and dust themselves off. It's a plant, something you've only seen in the hydro farms of your compound. This sapling is growing through this rubble, this rock, this concrete, and somehow it has made its way to the top. It's a solid 2-3 feet of rubble. And yet here in the middle of it all is this little splash of green with one little leaf popping out of it. You think back to the piece of paper you have in your pack from a book you got the first day you started getting chased. Wasn't this run? You think back to the compound and the plant building. I don't remember what they're called. Hydroponic building, something like that. You think back to a trip you took as a child, seeing all of these small plants, herbal medicinal plants created in this mechanical building, showing us where the water that we collect goes to and how precious a source it is to create these things so when we're sick we get to be better. You think back to your childhood days and you see this plant rising and you wonder if maybe one day we'll be able to live in a world where this is more common. Thinking back to the forest you passed last night, thinking of those large trees, those large trunks, looking like this small little sapling growing through the rubble. If there's a will, there's a way, you guess, thinking to your raider. Hey, Sphinx, how you doing? Hello, hello, hello. And with that, that's our second day in this run. And this, okay, we have to pull one Jenga tower from our raider friend. So, okay, let's take you, I guess. Stop moving for the camera, please. And there we go. Is there another one sticking out? Get back in there. Hello, hello, hello. Hope you're doing well today, Sphinx. It's getting a little dark, but it's still visible, the Jenga tower. Oh, I forgot to... The Jenga tower that we just pulled. Don't worry, it's fine. It's okay, we finished the top. Alright. And now, for that same Raider card, we get to roll 2d6 this time. Will we finally move forward? We need a 4, 5, or 6. We got a 4 and a 6. Let's go. Alright, we get to move forward one tile. At long last, one, with the help of our Raider friend, we were able to move forward. Let's go. Alright, let's get rid of these cards. And roll another d6. How many cards will we be pulling today? 1, let's go. I was like, want to be the Ace of Spades. 5. It's a relatively quiet day. We make a lot of progress forward thanks to our friend, tentative friend. They seem to keep up well, as we trudge through these wastelands past crumpled buildings, mostly just large expanses. Occasionally we'll hear the whooping of raiders behind us, but they're so far at this point. You're hoping that they will give up as you move forward at a somewhat decent pace. As we are walking past some more rubble, or not even rubble, we walk past a bench of sorts as we're stopping to eat. We find a small little box, and when we pick it up, it rattles. And by we, I mean my buddy, the ex-raider, rattles it. And after it does not blow up, and a very, very important reprimand to this ex-raider of do not pick up anything, and most certainly do not shake anything if you do not know what it is. Raiders and crazy people have traps all over the wastelands. And feeling very reprimanded, they go sit down and leave you with this box. As you pry it open, now knowing at least it's not going to explode on you, it's full of tape. You get your knife and you rip open the seams, and inside you see a box of bottle caps. Odd. In this world, we exist in only compounds. We trade. There's no formal, agreed upon monetary system. You get what you need, and that is it. There is no time for luxury in this world. At least not in your compound. And at the top, you see a name. Pat something. It's hard to read it. It seems that this box has been out here for a while. And you wonder if this box was currency in their compound. You call over the ex-raider, and you ask them if they know what this is, and they shrug and say that they've heard they're called bottle caps, collected for scraps of metal, but this seems like a collection. You ask if they have any monetary any monetary sort of a representation from their ex compound, he gets a little quiet, but then he replies that they did. They had slips of 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 scrap paper in which they would exchange for goods. Um Somebody saw too much Fallout and buried the bottle cap collection, thinking an investment for any future apocalypse. Yeah, exactly. And but nothing of this sort, not bottle caps. It's odd, and even more odd that they're out here, but you don't have much time to think about it. You both sit down, you finish your rations, and continue on with your day, leaving this collection of bottle caps behind. Although it would be nice for the scrap metal, you need to keep as light as possible for now. You don't plan on running into any compound, so you don't have any purpose to collect these bottle caps. You close it back up and place it below the shade, and maybe whoever needed it will come back for it. And that's the end of our next day. Let's see, we're only running 1d6. We need a 4, 5, or 6. Do we move forward? We move backwards. Oh, I knew this was what was going to kill us. You know, maybe I don't think we can move back past 1, actually. I don't think you ever move back to X. I'm considering that X is in the tile. X is our starting point. 1 is our starting tile. So we're not moving backward to the X. We just are rolling a 1 and we're taking our losses. We're not moving forward. Oh, man. All right. Here we roll another d6. Another 1. 3 1s in a row. Let's go. All right. The next day, as we're walking through, having woken up, still no sign of any raiders, but the occasional yelp in the background keeps you on edge. As we're walking through, I trip and I fall down. Unfortunately, I was drinking from my canteen and I hit it against some rubble on the ground. I pick it up and I see it dented, but on one side, and I think I'm safe, but I turn it the other way and it is broken and beginning to leak. It's difficult to find water out here, knowing that rain is not a source of water in this world. It is toxic and poisonous, so any water you have on you is the only water you will have, and you're watching it leak out at a rapid pace. You try to keep up. Your ex-raider friend now sees you struggling with your canteen and immediately starts what looks like panicking, moving around rapidly, trying to think of something to do. And they run forward and curse their name in your mind, but you don't have time to chase after them. Good riddance, you don't need them anyways. You frantically search through your pack, trying to hold your canteen at an angle in which this water isn't gonna leak. And then after 10, 20, 30 minutes of frantically trying to think of a way to solve this issue, almost remiss in just accepting of the fact that you're just going to have to slowly drink this water until it reaches past the crack, and then figure out what you're going to do past that. And that's when your raider friend returns back an hour or two later. You're sitting there holding your canteen up, making sure you're at least drinking the sweet, sweet water coming out of the leak. your ex-raider returns, your hackles are raised, you glare at them, and they once again raise their arms up as they pant, as they reach back to you, and they said, I found this. And they hold up not a canteen, but a bottle of sorts. It has a different kind of cap, it has a different sort of holding um capsule, but it is metal, slightly dented, but it doesn't look to be cracked in any way. Um and the raider uh says, I looked it all over. It doesn't look like it looks like it's good. I put a little bit of water in there myself from my canteen and I swished it around and I didn't see any leaks like the other ones did. And you desperately take this canteen out of their hands and you fill it up with your water, and sure enough, not one leak in sight. You close it up and you breathe fully for the first time in hours, knowing that this will not be the cause of your death, at least not today. And you look back at your raider friend, your ex-raider friend, and contemplate that they spent their own precious water testing at least 2 or more of these water bottles in hopes of finding one that wouldn't leak for you. And for the first time since this individual began following you, you begin to wonder if it's still possible that there's good people out here. And you ask them their name, and they tell you it's Mark. And that's the end of our next day. Let's see, will we... Oh, I had to pull. Hold on. Let's pull a card. Pull a Jenga block. Which one was the one that was falling out? This one. Let's get you up here, baby. All right. Oh, hi, Mark. Exactly. And with that, we move on to our next day. Let's see, another 1d6. 4, 5, or 6 to move on. 6, let's go. All right, we're on day 2, or on tile 2. All right, and how many cards are we pulling? 1, let's go. Another queen card. This is the run. This is it. It's happening. You only need another 7 tiles to go. All right, the Queen of Diamonds. Smoke billows from the city in the distance. You hear the occasional gunshot. Those ruined ancient cities are dangerous. Too many people in search of supplies. Have you ever been there? Do you want to? As we walk through this undulated wasteland, Mark comments on the city in the distance, asking if that's the direction we're going. I look at Mark and say, absolutely not. Only those so desperate they care no longer for their lives enter those cities. And it's ripe with raiders and things worse and better than, almost better than raiders exist in there. If you go in, you are asking to die if you walk into a city. Never go in there if you want to live. You mark them down on your map, and you show Mark your map and show them the depiction you have on there of the city and the danger you have notated below with a symbol of a skull. But in the city you also find love. And you tell Mark that this is not a place you should ever be. If we were ever separated, do not fall for the lull of a city. You're better off dragging yourself through the wastelands than going into a city. Your odds are better. Although curious, I think myself about what it's like in there, having only heard about these cities and from elders and from word of mouth, from tales. But you aren't curious enough to be crazy enough to walk in there. In all your years as a scout, not once have you ever gotten close to one. I'll make sure to drink some water, stay hydrated. Channel your inner Kool-Aid man. Oh yeah. And we are deleting that card. All right. We need a 5 or 6 to move on. 5 or 6. Come on. Big money. No whammies. That's so unlikely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of my last 6 rolls have been a 1. Statistically improbable, and yet here we are. We're back to step 1. Somehow in the middle of the night, we circled back to where we came from, trying to avoid the city, I guess. I don't know. Oh, no, we didn't. We didn't, because we don't move. We don't move? No, our canteen was yesterday and we rolled, didn't we? Fuck. Okay, we have to decide what we do here. Okay, we were at 1. Our previous card told us we couldn't roll because we had to fix the canteen, but I accidentally rolled and we got that 6. But this time I rolled. But this time, and so I wasn't supposed to roll that time, and I accidentally moved forward. And today we rolled, and we rolled a 1. What is the council rule? Do we roll again and see what happens this time, or do we keep the 1, or do we keep the 6? When I rolled the 6, I wasn't supposed to roll because the card said so, and I just forgot about it until right now. And we keep the 6, or we keep the 1 because I was supposed to roll this time. I will allow the council to rule. Yay or nay? Hold on. Oh no, it's your bad RNG. No. This is my own bad RNG. Don't you worry. This is me. I'm the one with the bad RNG. I just cancels out. Just stay on the 1. I like it. False step forward, extra step back. Just keep it there. I like it. All right. And so with our next roll, we roll another d6, see what we get. A 3. All right, we're drawing 3 cards. Oh, 2 4s. Oh, and an ace. A good ace. Let's go. You stumble into an old and long since ransacked grocery store. Discover 3 cans of dog food, a rare find. Do you enjoy eating it? 4. A vile pungent stench drifts over the land. A mutation of vegetation. A living mass of a carnivorous plant. You've heard of them but never seen one. Until now. What does it look like? And an ace of diamonds. You come across a sealed and empty bunker with the exception of a clean bed. Do you spend the night to sleep in a bed? We wake in the morning, and start running. We smell it. A smell pungent, putrid, something worse than even the raiders. You wake up Mark and you start running. Don't even tell him. He can smell something. And as we run, we see in the horizon a horrifying mass of vines, of wires, of what look like wires, all a horrid, a horrid brown and yellow pile. Rolling, crawling, it's hard to tell. It's a writhing mass with some wires sticking up and some not, waving in the non-existent wind. There is a petal, smells worse than a con. Damn. There is a petaled appendage that's open, and you see spores, smoke coming out of it, and you assume this is where the putrid smell is coming from. You hear rustling in the background, but you don't spend enough time to find out what it is. You hear a yelp in the background, and then silence as you run further and further away from this putrid, vile creature. You and Mark end up in a small decimated town, it looks like. Something akin to what the compound would look like, but without walls anymore, not even rubble, it's just nothing. As you catch your breath, the fresh air of the wasteland, much better than the pungent stench you ran from. As you cool down and rest, kicking around in the rubble and the pebbles around, you hit something metallic. You dig it out and you see a couple of cans, and on the side you see a creature on it. You think it's supposed to be happy? It's hard to tell, but you find 3 of them. You call Mark over and you show him these 3 cans, and Mark, ever the risk taker, grabs his own knife and starts to open this can with ease. He flips it open and you smell, and it smells of some sort of preservative. You've eaten canned food before, but it's not common in the compound. It's hard to come across out in the wastelands, the food of the old world, especially this many years past. Mark takes his knife and fishes in this dark liquid and pulls out a chunk of something. He sniffs it and takes a nibble of it until he realizes it's some sort of nutrition cube. And with it, we both begin to pick out these cubes from this flavored water. It's an odd texture and an odd taste. You think this is what meat may be, but it is difficult to come across beasts you can eat that are safe to eat in the wastelands. For the most part, those are found in cities, and as established before, cities bad. But you sit there and you eat it, and you enjoy the change of pace from your normal nutrition paced rations that you have in your pack. And you store the other 2 cans, one in your pack and one in Mark's, trusting enough that if Mark ends up alone, he'll have at least a little food in his pack for him. And as we continue walking through this rubble, we come across a door in the ground. You've seen these before. A bunker, they're called. You open it up, expecting to find nothing, as most of the other bunkers you had found before. But this one was overgrown in a way you hadn't seen before. You look down And while empty, you do find you find the skeleton of a comfortable bunker here. There's a bed, there are shelves that once housed items. You can see the um you can see old indents in the dust in where items used to be, though long gone. Um, you look around, there's not much here, but it is a place to stay. You've stayed in bunkers before, never with another individual. Though Mark looks nervous to be in here. There is only one bed, dun dun dun. However, Mark insists on sleeping on the ground. Um, and therefore you take the bed and you lay there and wonder, oh, gasp, oh. It's a twin size bed. Both you and Mark may be small, but you're not that small. And you lay resting with the door closed, knowing how improbable it would be for a raider to find you. And even if a beast did, they would not be able to get in. So once again, you take a rare sleep of rest, trusting that Mark would not attack you in your sleep. And with that, we have no Jenga pulls, but we do have to roll for our day. We get 2d6 because we get a nice bed to sleep in at night. Will we move forward? We need a 4, 5, or 6. We got a 4 and a 5. Let's go. We move forward to day 2. Officially this time. No cheating. All right. Let's get rid of these cards. And let's roll 1d6. How many cards will we pull? 1. Let's go. We love seeing ones like that. Oh, it's this one. Okay. We come across a large building, half crumpled the next day as we're walking, and we see, a half intact building. We go inside hoping for supplies, but finding only wooden shelves and old world books. We walk through hoping to find anything that would be of use to us, when a shelf crumbles next to Mark. I run over to make sure Mark is okay, and you see Mark digging through the books there, digging through an open book on the ground, and in it, a fascinating array of creatures, horrifying, although more horrifying than the next. Each one large, small. You don't read very well, but Mark does, and Mark tells you that some of these large, horrifying creatures are plant eaters. That's hard to believe, a plant eater that size, and that some of the smaller, ferocious creatures are meat eaters, which makes sense. What really strikes you is the fauna in the background. It's so vibrant, so many plants and colorful things, flowers, you believe they are called. It makes you wonder if that horrifying creature you saw before existed in the old world, a remnant of the past. Seeing all this fauna, it's hard to believe they didn't exist. If somehow they have evolved to exist in the wasteland, they must have evolved before in the old world. You sit horrified, wondering what else is out there. This is something that still exists from the old world. You ask Mark to look for it in the book, but there's nothing there that speaks of a vine creature, a creature of wires. Mark sits and continues to look through the book. I pick another one up and look through that and see more pictures of landscapes, mountains, waters. As far as the eye can see, you wonder how the old world allowed for the world to become what you know it now, a wasteland of nothingness, with creatures of horrors never before seen, and the people in desperation more than a world as you look down at the book like this. How could they let this happen? You continue on until you find somewhere to rest. Mark, having taken a book for himself, carry it around and read in a way that you're not really sure how. And you go to bed and we roll a 4 or 5. We need a 5 or 6 now. 5 or 6. Come on, big money, no whammies. We rolled a 3, that's fine. At least we don't move backwards. We're still forward. We're still on 2, but we're doing our best. All right, our next card. Oh, we're drawing 4 cards. Where were you before? 1. Oh, 2. 3. 4. 5. Oh, that's next time. Wait, hold on. I'll put that for next time. I only need a 4. That'll be our first card we pull in the next one. So we have the 8 of Hearts. The wind howls, blasting sand across the waste, and the sky turns a familiar orange. A sandstorm approaches. Where do you wait out the storm? Do not roll to move to the next tile. All right, well, I guess we're not moving to the next tile now, which is a shame because we get a ×2 also. Oof, that hurts. Number 7, or spade 7. 7 of spades. Drop your stuff. All of it. You are stopped by a man in road leathers brandishing a sawn-off shotgun. He's breathing heavy, sweat dripping off his brow. How do you get out of the situation? Then we have 10. You find a bike under a heavy tarp. The body and the rims are rusty, but it is mostly cosmetic. You could still ride it if you knew how to. Do you? 4. A collapsed school looms in the distance. Classrooms and halls are eerily empty, paper skittering and floating along the ground, propelled by the wind. Do you enter? What do you see? Okay. Our last card needs to be the sandstorm. I think we do this. I think we start off with trying to be mugged, and we move forward. Okay. We start off with drop your stuff, all of it. A Q sandstorm by Drew. And I drop all your stuff, all of it. You are stopped by a man in road leathers, brandishing a sawn-off shotgun. He's breathing heavily, sweat dripping off his brow. How do you get out of the situation? This man pops in behind us. Drop your stuff, all of it. And I turn around, arms up, and turn around and see this man with the shotgun staring at me. He seems perturbed. You don't know by what. It doesn't seem like this is something he does often. You think about Mark. Mark isn't next to you, thankfully. At least someone is going to get out of this. You think about your scout's manual. It's on you. It's in the waistband of your pants. At least they won't find your information. But hopefully Mark will if he stumbles upon us. You begin to look for a way out in the situation. Shotguns usually have 2 shots at most. Usually only 1, but will account for 2. I have to wait until his shifty eyes shift one way. And then I'll dive and get close to him and try to outrun him. I see him building off in the distance, the one that Mark was out searching. And then I look the other way, and in that other way, I see Mark approaching. And before I can warn him, he swings as hard as he can with a brick in his hand. I I duck immediately as a shot rings out. As this man had his finger on the trigger ready to pull, as Mark knocks him out with this rock. You go to reprimand, you go to kick the shotgun out of the man's hands, and you reprimand Mark, who is crying, and you're very confused as to why he's not the one who had a shotgun. And facing him and the mortality, you go over to Mark and ask him, "Are they're okay? Did you get hit? Are you all right?" And he's breathing heavy, unable to really speak through the sobs beginning to rack his body. But through it, you do hear, "Is he okay? Is he alive?" And you're confused, and you look over at the man. You see his chest rising and falling. What a weird concern to have. And you say, "Yeah, he's fine. He's still breathing. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Were you hit?" And he starts crying harder, and you're very confused as to what's happening. It's all you can do to try and comfort Mark, but you need to get out of the area because a shot rang out. You tell Mark whatever is happening, you're gonna have to put it all back in. We've got to go. We've got to run. Anything and anyone could be coming in this direction any second now. This guy could have somebody with him. We've got to go. We've got to go. Mark breathes heavily as he's like, okay. And still weeping, he rushes off behind us as we run from the situation until we reach a small building up ahead, mostly collapsed, but still some halls standing. Mark is doing better, but you are still confused as to what's happening. Don't understand what's happening with Mark, but you need to find a place to stay if we're gonna have to deal with this situation. You enter this school, you enter this building, and around it, you see papers still making up the floor, plastered in. No words you can make out anymore. You can barely see that some pictures existed, but you know the size of a piece of paper at this point. It's weird that they used to decorate their floors with this, but I'm not one to understand old world art. Their decision making obviously not the smartest. I walk in, Mark close behind me, trying to make sure that this place is empty and will be okay for us. I open the door at the back of this building, and I see tables and the occasional tool. It seems to be ransacked, but not fully. A lot of people not willing to go this far in a crumbling building, you assume. You look in there, under a tarp is under a tarp, there is a two-wheeled vehicle. You look at it, and there is a seat somewhere to hold and two wheels. You don't know what this is, nor have you ever seen a vehicle like this in the old world books your compound has. It's confusing, but you don't have much time to think about it, because outside you begin to hear the telltale whistling of a storm brewing outside. You look outside to see if you can find another building quickly enough. You don't know if this building will withstand a storm. In all honesty, it's lasted this long, but you're not willing to see if it'll last another, until you notice the skies in the background. It's orange, as it covers the sun, eerily glowing as the ground beneath it becomes darkened. This isn't a normal storm. This isn't a poison rainstorm like the last. This is a sandstorm. And you do not have time to go out and find new shelter. You run back and you tell Mark to get back into the room. This room seems sealed enough. Hopefully, with all four walls still standing, if this building does collapse, hopefully this room does not. You tell Mark to get in, a sandstorm is coming. Mark, at least in his senses, enough to be able to recognize when we're in danger. He sits down in a corner, and as you hear the building begin to be pelted by the sand until it becomes white noise, you turn over to Mark and you see that even in the darkness, in this eerie orange darkness, you see that Mark is still weeping. You go over and ask Mark, what happened? Why are you crying? I'm okay, you're okay, what is wrong? And he gets quiet for a while, thinking he's not going to answer you. You start picking at your rations, and that's when he tells you that he's never killed anyone before. And you're perplexed because he was a raider prior to this. And he explains to you that that's what they wanted him to do. They wanted him to kill somebody. That was his initiation, and he couldn't do it. And that is why they were going to kill him instead. He goes and is just silent once more after leaving that information to kind of sit there for a while. I don't know what to say. Life and death is the way of the Wastelands. How do you comfort someone when life is all they've known and death only on the side? You don't do much except sit next to him, hand on his shoulder, comforting him as he lets out his grief. We wait out the storm there for the rest of the night as we continue to ponder what happened in the day past. And we have to roll one Jenga tower roll, so... Oh, it did the thing. There we go. Jenga tower, one pull. What do we pull? I think we have to start being a little strategic about this. I think we need to make sure we've got a strong base here. So once things get a little more hectic, we'll be fine. And we don't move this day, so no rolling. Even though we got a ×2, which makes me mad sad about it all. All right. Rolling our d6. We get... Sorry, I had to move something. Another one, let's go. Oh, wait, fuck. Okay, hold on. I already had the card. I'm gonna put that 5 over here for the next roll. Hopefully I remember that's there this time. All right, we have a 10. Next day, the world is saturated in this orange sandstorm remnant, which is good and bad. It has wiped off any footprints of past, but will make any footprints of new very obvious. Which, again, good and bad, means you can track something, but that also means you will be tracked. You do your best to cover your tracks as you go, having a flap on your backpack that when is unrolled, cleans the um cleans the tracks behind you, but that means your progress is slow when you have two people needing Mark to go ahead to clear both of your footprints. But as you're walking forward carefully, covering your tracks, you see tracks of your own ahead of you. Mark calls it to your attention and you tell him to get down. You move forward, and beginning to track these footprints, and you both begin to hear sobbing up ahead of you. You tell Mark to hold back as you move forward, and as you creep forward over one of these hills, you see a raider on their knees in their scrap metal helmet and armor on the ground, weapon on the ground, with a shovel next to them and a pile of dirt. They're crying next to this open grave. There's a marker at the head of it, though too far for you to really make out. But the scene itself explains what's happening. You observe them for a while, listening, watching for another raider to come by. Raiders normally are in packs, not alone, not even in a duo. You wait there for a while until the scene continues and doesn't change. You call in, you signal to Mark to start moving along, and you back away from this crying raider, covering your tracks once more as you circle back to Mark and cover both of your tracks as you continue past, listening to the sobs behind you. It's a quiet day, aside from that, as you move past, contemplating the life and death of the Wastelands. And with that, we roll once more a d6. We need a 4 or 5, everyone. 4 or 5, let's go. A 3. Damn it, we don't move forward. We move too slowly. It's too slow. We move too slowly. It takes too long to get through. Through the sandstorm. That's all we can do. To just make it to the edge. Let's go. Me, always. All right, how many do we draw? How many cards? 4 cards. Come on. You couldn't have done that before? All right, that's 1 card. 2, 3, and 4. We live to see another day. All right, 5 of clubs. You settle into an uneasy rest. The day has been quiet without a sign of any raiders. How does it make you feel? You decide to pull. You decide whether you pull from the tower. Let's see how the rest of our day goes. The Jack of Hearts. You find the fresh tracks of a large beast in the sand. You can't hear it and you don't want to see it. How do you ensure you will avoid it? What do you think it is? This is an all pull. We're pulling 4 Jenga tower pieces today. The raiders. You wake up, eyes stinging and coughing. Thick black smoke fills the room as the raiders whoop outside. They've set fire to a pile of tires to smoke you out. What do you do? And then the Jack of Spades. 8 figures. Got y'all going in circles, truly. I'm doing my best out here. It's hard, man. It's hard to move forward in this game. Wasteland Wonders. I almost think it's too hard, but I guess that's the point. 8 figures, although I guess in theory, most people statistically will roll more than 5 6s out of 6 rolls. But we out here. The Jack of Spades. 8 figures in dark robes are gathered in a circle, chanting in a strange language. They chant louder until they are screaming until they are descended upon by hungry wasteland beasts. All right, I think we have an easy order here. I think it's easy here to figure it out. All right, the Raiders. We walked past that cactus like 12 times. And it's like, that's a new cactus. No, I'm the same cactus. It's like, see, even the cactus knows we're lost. All right, the Raiders. We wake up, eyes stinging and coughing. Somehow they found us. My efforts of covering up our footfalls must have not been good enough, or maybe we were spotted at the funeral of the last Raider. These these tires, the smell of burnt rubber is so pungent, makes us cough. It's difficult to see. It's so dark in here. I pull Mark, and I never sleep in a location with less than one exit. It is just a death trap otherwise. I pull at Mark, and I hope that the Raiders did not see the hole in the back of the building as we start crawling. Mark a little bit larger in stature than I, but he manages to squeeze through in time. You hear the whooping of the Raiders taunting us on the other side of the wall of the building as we stay low and start walking away. It's a while before we hear the whoops of frustration as they see we're no longer in there. We're long gone at that point. Although in the sands, we begin to see tracks of a large creature, a creature of the wastelands. Anything with such a large footprint means it hunts a large prey, and we do not want to be that prey. I signal to Mark that I can't hear them and I cannot see them, but they are here. They are close. And I signal to Mark to double back around, away from the tracks and hopefully into once where they already went through, so we would not walk into these large beasts. However, what we do bump into are 8 figures in dark robes gathered around in a circle. You wonder where they got that much material to make 8 robes of the same color, thinking back to all the mismatched leisure wear of your compound. But they're chanting in the language you don't understand. You look at Mark and he shrugs. He also has no idea what they're saying. They chant louder and louder. It starts to make you nervous, unnerving in their tonality, but also they're so loud in the way only raiders are, though they do not look like raiders. They're chanting and they're screaming now. They continue to scream. Your eyes wide in fear as you look at Mark, knowing of what you just saw, the fresh tracks of a large beast. You get down and pray that you are not spotted by large beasts as you see the eyes of one coming up behind the figures screaming in a circle. At this point, you tell Mark to start heading away, to look away, and to run fast. Knowing his sensitivities to death, you wait for him to make a good headway before you start running behind him. And that's when you see the screams of these figures begin to quiet down as they are descended upon by a pack of these hungry beasts. What you can only assume the ones you saw in the sand before you. And as you move forward, despite all the ruckus, the screaming, you heard nothing of the raiders since you ran past them out in the morning. It's nerve-wracking. knowing that they're out there, that they're chasing you, knowing that you have Mark next to you, an ex-raider, proclaimed ex-raider, though, after his display at almost murdering that bandit, that highway thief, you're starting to believe him, that he was just from a compound, taken, and hoped to be put in the ranks of the raiders. And as the night quiets down and you start hearing Mark's soft breathing, you too allow yourself to be lulled into the night sleep, uneasy as it may be. And with that, we have to pull 4 Jenga tiles. All right. There we go. There goes that. That was a little scary. We'll take that one. That's 2. All right. Let's take that one. That's 3. My fingers aren't skinny enough to get through these holes anymore. Not comfortably, at least. What do I do? That's 3, I think. I think we need 1 more. I think we're gonna have to start getting a little spicy with these polls. I'm not gonna lie to you. But not yet. Apparently this one comes out easy. Alright, that's 4 polls. This thing's getting a little unstable, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's starting to get a little unstable, and also really close to my mic arm, which honestly is our secret 4th game over, where I think I'm going to knock it down with my mic arm. I'm fairly certain that's what's gonna happen. And that's 4 Jenga polls, right? Nothing else? Nothing else. Alright, we get to roll 1d6. Are we going to make it to the next one? Let's find out. A 4? I need a 5 or a 6 for the next one, don't I? Yes, I need a 5 or a 6. Damn it. We don't make it far. Look, it's a long way to this compound. It's a lot of miles away. And having to circumvent all these issues ahead of us, it's rough. It's rough out here. All right, let's roll to see what we're gonna roll here. Only 2 cards. Let's go. Oof, another king. Oof, I was a little scared on that one. After we pulled this last time, we got the ace of spades. The king of diamonds, though. Bullets ricochet off the wall beside you. Chips, brick scatters across your face. The raiders upon you. How do you evade them? And then the 6 of diamonds. The charred remains of a robotic assistant lays in the dirt. Its circuitry exposed. Dead eyes staring straight at you. What do its lifeless eyes remind you of? Oh. Mark and I are arguing about our route. Mark is beginning to think I've never been to a compound before. And I simply argue that I was far away from my compound. He's seen the map. He knows where I'm from. And so he wonders why it's taking us so long. It feels like we've made no progress. And I tell him sometimes that's just what the wasteland is, bro. Okay, Mark? I know you're a homebody. I know you've never left your compound until recent. However, life is hard out here, bro. It's not a linear experience. There are setbacks. If you want to survive, you have to, balance it all out. Yeah, geez, Mark, get off our back. You gotta balance it out. You can rush there and die, or you can take your time and not die. There are too many dangers to expect you to be able to take a straight line between here and there. Mark quiets down for a while before he is about to come back with another point, and that's when a bullet ricochets between us. Where we're arguing. Immediately we both duck down and start running. I told Mark to go. We gotta go. And I direct him left, right, straight, turn around, inside, outside, duck, as bullets ricochet behind us. These raiders are trying to get us. Luckily, we're in the middle of another housing street. We were able to duck and dive between things, jump over these metal barriers, and in our efforts, we're able to evade these raiders who refuse to leave us alone. We're still in their territory. We have not made it far to the best of our abilities, so it's no surprise they're still on us, but it's frustrating nonetheless. Don't they have better things to be doing than to continue to chase us? As we continue to run and get out of the area, we end up next to... we end up once again in the Wastelands, away from any buildings, and we come across... Mark trips over a rock. I begin to help him up after he takes a tumble. He mumbles something about, I usually have better footing than that. And when we look down, Mark jumps back as he sees a face in a hollow face in the sands below us. I look to where he's looking with a horrified expression, and I see that it's a robot assistant of the past. I lean down and I clean off a little bit of its face, telling Mark this is just one of the robots from the old world. The ones that supposedly helped humanity, not one of the ones that ended the world. And I continue to uncover it, though its face and its lifeless eyes eerie, concaved over the years. It's surprising it's mostly intact, though charred here and there. Its wires frayed where it's been exposed. Its screens cracked. I tell Mark a tale from my compound about these robotic assistants, how back in the day, the hierarchy of the world were humans, robots, and beasts. And one day the humans decided to make their friends, the robots, into machines of death and murder. And that is what ended up tipping the scales and destroying the world. Mark listens intently as we continue walking through, and then contemplates what that exactly means for us now. And he wonders if anything's changed. Raiders still use machines to kill others. And with that, we sit with that thought as we find a place to settle down, and as we settle down for an uncomfortable sleep with that question in mind. Have we changed at all in 200 years? Would we still use machines for death? It seems that some of us would. And with that, we enter our next poll. Will we move on? We need a 5 or a 6. Everyone, let's just take a second, and we have literally a 33% chance of doing it. I would really like to hit that 33% chance, so let's go. Let's get our energy. Can I get a give energy in the chat? A give energy? Is that what it's called? Nowadays, we need a little something extra here, because we're not doing much. Oh, it's a give plus. Can I get a give plus in the chat? I'm gonna take a drink of water. It is hot today. It's hot and humid today. And remember to drink a ton of water. Okay. I think we got this. Okay, come on. 5 or 6. We got this. Hey, welcome, Crit Witch. Hey, no worries. There's no late here. There's just you are here, and I'm appreciative that you're here. Welcome, welcome. Right now, as you can see on the right of our screen, I'm on the 2. I need to roll a 5 over 6. We've been struggling out here, Crit Witch. This is our longest run yet, but we are not hitting these numbers to progress on our map. So right now I'm asking for good energy. I'm asking for the energy for this 5 or 6. I'm asking y'all to blow on my dice so I can roll a 5 or a 6. That's what we're looking for here. 5 or 6, everyone. All right, okay, we got this. We got this. Come on, 5 or 6. 5. Let's go. Let's go. That was you guys. You guys did that. We're on to day 3 at long last. We've beaten our record. We're on day 3. Let's go. Let's go. We did it. All right. Now I need you guys to take that energy back for this next roll because I want this to be a low roll. This next one, low roll. All right. Low money. No money. No money. Come on. Low roll, low roll, low roll. Fuck. I knew it was going to be a 6. I knew it was going to be a 6. God damn it. Damn it. I knew it. I felt it in my soul that was going to go poorly. But here we are. We out here. We're out here. We're going to pull the 6 cards anyway. I knew that the stupid A was coming. I knew it. Oh my god. Well, that was definitely not low. I fucking knew we were going to pull the Ace of Spades. Alright. Let's shuffle these around. Let's see what our day is going to be like before our demise. Let's see. Wasteland Wonders. We find some rats around the place. It's late and it's almost dinner time. What do? We find water. A little spring coming up from the ground. A bullet hits next to you before you can react. A second hits. You drop to the ground. Hot, scorched sun, sand burning our hands. Oh. Fighting is the way of life. You can hear their punches shouting until a gunshot rings. They kill their own with a little consideration. There's only violence, even among raiders. Let's do this. Let's start off with the good. Let's do this. I think this will be the best order for them. Luck for who, though? Luck for who? For the raiders, let me tell you. Alrighty then. And we pulled our 3rd king, so we were on a couple of scary pulls here. Alright, that was a good one too. We pulled so many ones. We just couldn't move forward. 3 is our record, I guess. So we start off the day, it's Mark and I. We're walking along. Still things a little tense after last night, but we come across this natural spring of water, clean, drinkable water. We get there and we're parched. We've been walking through the sands left behind from this sandstorm for days. We walk forward and we fall almost face first in this small spring. If you've ever seen those like water fountains where the water's barely coming out of the spout, that's basically what we're doing here. We're like putting our mouth onto the water and drinking it, desperate for any sort of hydration. We're both next to each other, just like desperately trying to get water from the spring. We look at each other on the other side of this spring. Faces very close. We look at each other and then we go back to just thinking about drinking water before one of us stands up and gets the canteen and starts filling them up. And we almost feel sick. We're so full of water now, but it's so good. We wash ourselves, wash our faces. We're clean for the most part for the first time in weeks. We look at each other, clean for the first time, hair wet. Mark shakes his head and and once again splashes me with water before I splash him with water. And we laugh for the first time together. We move together in much higher spirits when we start hearing shouting and punching up ahead of us, the slapping of skin violently before we hear a gunshot. Over the hill, we see a group of raiders, shirts off, one on the ground and another one standing above him, cheering and jeering, while the others whoop behind them. There's no honor amongst the raiders. It's a live or die, life or death, a lesson we've known and learned very well as we've seen death after death here in the Wastelands. We move forward, trying not to catch the attention of the raiders as we enter a small town, still intact. It's dangerous, but we've made very little progress through these past days. We have rations, but they won't last forever. This is the most populated place along our route. We need to get supplies now. And it's not a city. It's a small town. Maybe it'll be worth it. And as we're walking, our luck seems to be turning. We find mutated rats scampering around. Rats, I have been told, also a giant nuisance in the old world, an animal from the old world, although much different. In fact, Mark shows me in the book he kept from the book building a picture of what mice used to look like in the old days, in the old world. Comparatively to these, they were tiny. And now it looks like we may have dinner, actual meat, a luxury in the Wastelands, as we trap in and kill these rats. We begin to hear a sound through the streets, modulated in nature, unnatural, some sort of speaker system they are using, starting to taunt us, telling us they know we're here and that they're gonna find us. And when they do, they're gonna have fun. It's horrifying. We grab our rats and we run. And we start hearing bullets hit next to us. I don't know the town well, and neither does Mark, but we're running. I think, what I believe to be an exit ahead of us, out of this death trap of a town. A bullet hits next to me, and I drop down onto the ground, but not before another shot hits me in the side. I drop to the ground. The concrete of the street burning my hands. But I crawl forward as best as I can, needing to get away from their line of sight. Mark helps me up, and we keep running. However, as we take a turn, I get hit once again, this time in the leg. And I know there's no escaping this, not anymore for me. I look at, as we turn this corner and I limp, bleeding, no longer able to run. Mark turns around, starting to pick me up, or tried to pick me up, and I can't. I give him my pack, and I take out a pill from my scout's cap, and I tell him to run and don't look back. Use that manual to get you to my compound. They'll know. I put the cap on him, and I tell him to run now. Make it back for both of us. And I crunch down on this pill, as I watched Mark run, looking back behind him, and as I shoo him away, telling him it'll be fine for at least one of us. I hear the raiders' footfalls as they get closer, the yelping of the beasts. I crawl around the corner. Mark doesn't need to see this. As my eyes start to droop, as my brain starts to shut down, as my body shuts down, the effects of the scout's pill working its wonders. An easy death, a quick death. And everything goes black. And that's the end of that game. A fucking ace of spades, bro. The ace of fucking spades. You're off to continue your journey back to the compound when you're ambushed. They hit your head. You feel dazed. You fight back while seeing double until everything goes black. Look, at least Mark made it. That's the important part. Mark's still alive. Will Mark be able to survive? I don't know. But he's gonna try, god damn it. He's gonna try. We got 3 kings. That was scary. We were on an almost death there. Again. If we didn't die there, we were gonna die. See, this was actually Mark's origin story. An almost romance. Into, a little almost romance from a tragic backstory, as if his backstory wasn't tragic enough. But we had 3 kings. We were almost dead anyways, no matter what. Oh man, it happened. Oh, hold on. I accidentally dealt a card to myself. Please go back. We have to shuffle the... Oh, let me cancel that. I don't think I need to recall cards. I believe they're all in the deck, but I'm going to recall it anyways. Let's shuffle the deck. Oh, the Jenga tower, huh? I think it's too wrecked for me to, like, put everything back. I think I've pulled too many. I think I pulled, like, 7 blocks. I don't think I could just put those back. I think we have to start over. I think that's what has to happen here. I was wondering how the shuffling worked. Yeah, there's a shuffle option in here in the card. Oh, you guys can't see it. It pops in for me. There's a little deck on the side over here. Over on this side, there's a deck where I can deal, recall cards, I can shuffle, and stuff like that. Okay, we're gonna have to redo this thing. On the bright side, I haven't seen any little ants on my desk in like an hour, which has been comforting. Luckily, I'm gonna have to do so much cleaning after this, though. There were so many little fucking ants all over the place that I've since... Was that thunder? Oh, yeah. It's why I was late. I was late today, Crit Witch, starting. I started at almost 7 my time. Because by the time I got to my desk to start prepping for the game, I came to discover there were a lot of like little ants on my desk. Not a ton. They were just scout ants looking for something. And I was a little annoyed because ants almost never got onto my desk. They are almost always on the ground next to my desk. And I was annoyed especially because I know I don't have anything to eat on my desk. I have a snack table next to me, but it's like on 2 storage tubs, so it's like it would be an effort for an ant to get up there, so I feel comfortable having it up there. But they were like on one of the tubs of the 2 that were stacked on top of each other, and I was like, oh no, what am I gonna do here? And I made sure that all my snacks were fine, and they were no ants up on my snacks. So I was very confused what they were swarming, and I noticed that my little like trash can, my office trash can, was just the bag was just barely touching the tub, and with that they were able to hop on over. So they were in my trash, so I had to go get some ant spray, and I sprayed it in the trash and on the tub. And I then proceeded to do the same thing to the trail. On the bright side, I now know where they're coming from. I used to not know where they were coming from, which is the most annoying part. You can deal with ants when you know where they're coming from. I thought they were coming from the outside of my abode, like they have in the past. But they weren't, and I was very confused. I was like, where are you motherfuckers coming from then, if not there? And I since discovered they're coming in from a different wall. But it's very annoying. It's the wall in my closet. And I have to move so many things in order to try and find where they're coming from. If they weren't tiny ants, I think I would be able to find their little nest outside. But since they're tiny ants, I don't know if I can find their little nest. So, and honestly, the best effort is just a preventative effort. So I have to. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take out everything from the bottom of my closet this weekend, and I am going to like sweep and clean all of that, and then I'm gonna recock the entire trim, because that's usually where they're coming from. There's like a crack in the trim, in the paint or whatever. But there we go. We did it. We figured it out. Yeah, it's not fun. It's been a not fun experience. I hate dealing with ants. I've recocked half of my room because of them. It's only because I have obnoxious things in the way, like a full piano and a bed that I don't want to move. Otherwise, I would have recocked the entire trim because I hate ants. No, you know what? No, actually, I have recocked all of this wall now that I'm thinking about it. I did do it because I recocked everything here, and the only place they could come in through the wall was through my bed wall. And I remember waking up to ants in my bed, and I was livid. And I killed them all, and then killed their nest, and then recocked the trim. Anyways, on to our next game. Should this be Mark's story? Should we continue on with Mark? Mark is now the one being chased by these guys. Should we just start on on 3 and just see if we can continue on? Just see if we can make it the rest of the way? Because the way we roll, I don't know if we're gonna get past the beginning again. I don't know if we're gonna make a ton of progress either way. Is that what you would do? Should Mark get the benefit of the doubt and we continue the game with him? Although maybe I should have kept the Jenga tower because of that. But no, he's on his own hero's journey now. This is his story. He's the scout now. I'm gonna take another drink of water. Sounds fun. I agree. All right. Mark, tears in his eyes, running away from the whooping and yelping of the raiders as they've caught your friend who helped you, took you in, the scout, never told you their name, telling you that scouts don't get a name. They leave it behind, and they just become the scout of their compound. A scout of their compound. They were scout number 3. So 3 left behind, ushering you forward, giving you their pack, all of their rations, their canteen of fresh water, your eyes water, as your memories come up with the laughing of what could have been. And you move forward. What does your day look like? Oh, Mark. Mark's not off to a great start, guys. Mark just pulled a 6. Oh, Mark. Oh, we've had all of these already. Have I gone through 50 whatever cards already? Oh, Mark. All right. He pulled a full 6 on his first pull. Something tells me Mark's not going to last long. I mean, the 5 of clubs, you settle into an uneasy rest. The day has been quiet without a sign of any raiders. How does that make you feel? You decide whether you pull from the tower. I don't know. There have been signs of some raiders, just so you know. You know what? We're gonna give K as the beginning of the day because that's technically what the beginning of his day was, running from the bullets ricocheting past him. Um, we have the rain card again. We've got the highway robber again. We've got the robot assistant. Which may mean we went around in a circle. Or maybe we see another one. We'll do that right before we go to bed. Actually, this one has to go last. Because he finds shelter. Let's actually put... Oh, no. There we go. Let's put that one there, that one here. Oh, that's what I moved, I see. I don't know why it's under that card, but it is, I guess. Alright. This feels fine. This feels good. I like this. This is the run. Scout formerly known as Mark is gonna make it. Scout Mark. We're gonna do this, Scout Mark. I believe in you, bud. We started off the day obviously running from the Raiders. The day had just started when our day started when our Scout 3 died behind us after taking some sort of pill that was in their cap. We're running away from them. We run and able to evade them after Scout 3 sacrificed themselves. That freaked me out. I was like, what the fuck am I hearing? Let's listen to something a little less creepy. I don't know any of these songs, so we're just gonna guess that this one's not gonna be creepy. I couldn't find a good playlist with Western sounds on them or post-apocalyptic sounds. That didn't have words to them. I was trying to find an ambiance playlist and I just couldn't find a good one. There were a lot of them that were just like, I don't like when a playlist is just like an entire album and then an entire album and then an entire album, one after another after another. I'm like, that's not a playlist. That's just a list of albums you like. Like mix them up. Yeah, it seems, yeah, with the talking. Well, I mean, it's not talk, it's words, you know, it's like them singing. And I didn't want a singing playlist. I simply wanted one for ambiance. But we run until we end up at this playground. You recognize it as something as you'd seen in your old compound. So there's a swing set here, something for the kids to play on. And you don't recognize the circular thing, but looking at it and messing with it a little bit, you recognize it's some sort of spinning wheel. It's odd that this is what the old world found entertaining, but as you know, the old world was weird in a lot of ways. You sit at the top of the slide, contemplating what you're gonna do now. You have the red hat and you look inside of it and you see that lines in it are a couple of pouches, one empty, one full. There's the one with the pill and the one where you assume where Scout 3 took their pill. You take it out and you look at it. It's encapsulated somehow in some gelatinous matter. Hard and gelatinous matter, and inside is a mixture of herbs and powders. It's odd, but after seeing when Scout 3 took theirs, you can only assume what it does. You look at it some more, contemplating, before you put it back in the hat, now your hat. And as you look in the rest of the pack, you see some of the things you'd seen Scout 3 handling: a compass, their map, their notes, rations, a canteen, a page, and a drawing. Crude in its manner, but a drawing nonetheless. You have to assume maybe their compound? It looks like a family outside of a compound. It's interesting. There's no name, no signature, no resemblance to anyone, really. You wonder who they are inside their compound, and you wonder if you'll meet them when you make it there. Until you put it back into the pack. And you've decided you've taken enough time. You take the slide down and go forward. You don't make it far before you're stopped by a man with a shotgun telling you to just drop all your stuff. It's been a long day. It's not the first time you've been shot at. It won't be the last time. Your time with the Raiders was nothing short of harrowing, but you did learn a thing or two. This man, sweat dripping off his brow, breathing heavy, he's desperate. Desperate for what? You don't know. You say, "What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Why aren't you scavenging like the rest of us?" You're just talking to him, distracting him, making him angry. Angry, not that he's going to shoot you, but angry in a belligerent manner where he doesn't notice you're getting closer to him. And when you're close enough, you swing an arm, your right arm, you hit the shotgun out of his hands. It shoots left. You've already dodged right with your punch. You swing around. You get an arm around this man's neck. You wrap your legs around his legs and you drop him to the ground. Shotgun scattering away from both of you. You strangle him, just wanting to get a chokehold down, wanting him to just lose consciousness. I'll give you enough time to run. He struggles. He's large, but you're larger. You've been eating well these past couple of days. Scout 3 made sure of that. You have your full strength and the anger of losing your only friend out here in the Wastelands. Losing somebody that could have been more. And then they stop struggling slowly and slowly until they collapse. You let go of them then. You go pick up the shotgun, look at it. It has one shell left. You just carry it with one hand and look back at the man at the ground that you choked. He's still breathing. He should be fine. But it doesn't matter anymore. You move forward. You trip again, but this time you don't fall down. You look and you see it's another robotic assistant, the same kind you saw with Scout 3. Lifeless eyes boring into yours, remembering the stories Scout 3 told you. And considering nothing has changed, men are still beasts and will kill in any way they find fit. The sky begins to darken. It's early, which it means only one thing. We had an alarm at our compound that talked about what we do with the rain. Get inside. Watch for leaks. And use the special containers if you do get a leak. Go inside. We'll let you know when it's over. No windows existing in our housing compounds. It's a luxury we weren't able to have. Too many hazards exist for windows, for holes in our walls to be valuable. We have a dun dun dun. We have a method of being told, word of mouth. One room is told, and then the next, and a special knock on all of our doors when the rain is over and we're able to leave once more, go on about our days. You think of that as you look for a door of your own, a room of your own to spend the night in or the rest of the day, not wanting to, as you look down at your arm, seeing the pockmarks of the previous rain still plaguing your hands, not wanting to suffer that. You take the approach Scout 3 took, following the remnants of the road, the rubble, leading you to what would have once been a populated area in the old world. You go and you end up in the building, still mostly intact, surprisingly so, surrounded by a few other buildings. You go in and you find the secluded area, the secluded door, and you find blankets, quilts still in this building, and you take them and you create your own comforting corner in this building. You think back to the day, Raiders, Scout 3, another bandit on the road, the robot assistant. You think about it all. You think about the days past, how Scout 3 didn't trust you, and nor you blame them for not trusting you. A stranger in Raiders armor telling them that they defected. A story, a tall tale. You wouldn't even believe in stories, but it was true. And they believed you enough to allow you to stay with them for a while. How they sacrificed themselves so you could run on. How you're mad at them because you could have carried them. They were small enough. It's why they were a scout. Small and lithe, able to fit in and into cracks in walls that people in large metal armor couldn't. You could have carried them. I'm sure they weighed nothing, but instead, they assessed their injuries and said, and made their own choice. Life or death. In the Wastelands, they said. You have to be willing to accept both. And with that, you lull into a sense of sleep, wondering what the next days are going to bring you. And with that, we grab our K and we keep our K. And we need to pull one Jenga tower. Oh, the PV plates inside is on top of everything. Why did you guys say that? Kidding. Let me move this down below. Put it there. We get our Jenga table. Jenga table. All right, first pull of the game. Mark, how are we gonna do? All right, first one. Down. We're going down, down. Yeah, the lights around. You like them? We're going down. Oh, my camera. I wonder if as it gets warm, it like settles a little bit. It's like fucking the camera. Hold on. Wait, everyone stop looking at the Jenga camera as I move it around. I want you guys to get motion sickness as I move it. That should be good enough. Scout 4 is off to a good start. Yeah, Scout 4. Scout 4 doing well. Alright. And we get to decide if we pull it from the tower or not. I don't think we are, because we got the Toxic Rain. If we hadn't got a Toxic Rain, I would have pulled. But because we got Toxic Rain, I'm not gonna pull. Wanna move this thing? I don't know why it's not letting me move it though. It's a little annoying. NGL. You guys can probably barely see it, but it's my... Oh, there. Oh, you'll let me grab that. That's so madly annoying. That's so wildly annoying. Oh, well. There's just a green square there. It's for me to know where to align this screen. You know what? I don't need you anymore. Just get deleted. Get out of here. I don't need you anymore. All right, let's see. We need a 5 or 6, guys. We need a 5 or 6 to move on. Come on, 5 or 6. Although we rolled a 5, 6, 6, so statistically we're probably not going to move forward. But here we go: 5, 6, 5, 6, 5, 6, 1. We move back 1. Son of a bitch. We had to go around in a circle, I guess, to avoid the raiders. We went through this entire city to try and get away from them, and one of us did, not both of us. Now, here's where we rolled a 6 for the cards. What did I say? This is where we're rolling the 6? 2, 3, 5, and 6. No 8s of spades. But we're already 12 cards into a 52 card deck. Odds are high that we will be pulling this ace of spades sooner rather than later. Goodness. Look, it happens. I know my luck. I know who I am as a person. I know how it rolls. Oh, no. Okay. All right. It's all right. It's all right. We didn't pull any kings, and we didn't pull the ace of spades. That's the most important part. We're still alive. Now and we get to roll twice on this one. Look, it's good vibes all around, all right? We got this. All right, so we have carnivorous plants that we've seen before already. Then we have the Queen of Hearts. Queen of Hearts. In a moment of rare serenity, you sit in the shade and eat your fill. What do you think of as you contemplate the days ahead of you? Then the 3 of Clubs, which we've also already had, which is a modulated voice comes booming through the ruined cities. They're taunting you, making disturbing sounds and predicting your death. Run. Then we have the Ace of Diamonds. You come across a sealed empty bunker with the expectation of a clean bed. Do you spend the night to sleep in a bed? Heart of 5 of Hearts. You didn't eat today, but you're hungry. What happened? Did you... Oh, it's so sad. What prevented you from eating? That's so funny. We got the 2 eating cards at once. The beasts are chasing you. They bite at your heels. Their screams ring in your ears. It's almost on you. Okay. Okay, how are we gonna do this? Let's start like this. Let's do that. Let's start with Raiders. Our day with Raiders. Why are you guys together? Hello? Oh, are you guys... Why are you guys on each other? What's happening right now? I wish I could lock the screen on Roll20 so I didn't touch it. There we go. That was a little odd. We're going to pull the 9 here. We're going to put that there. Let's do this, actually. We're going to eat first, and then we'll do the modulated voice into the raiders, into the animals chasing us. And then we're going to run into the carnivorous plant. into the not eating state into sleeping. I think that's a good combo. Oh, Mark. Mark wakes up and looks at the rations they have for the day and notices that both cans of dog food are in there. He opens one of the cans and starts. Oh no, not one of the cans. He looks at those, but then he remembers the rats they collected the night before and starts preparing them. Um, he can't cook them now. He'd have to wait until later. He's too close to the raiders right now. So instead, he finds a 2 pieces of cloth to put them in between, to start to dry out the meat and hopefully cover the stench of the meat as he continues on to try not to attract any animals. It's a moment of rare serenity, but Mark's mind is still filled with the horrors of the past few days. Those he saw when he was with the Raiders, those that he saw at his own compound, and now those he saw in his own journeys. He can't return to his compound. There is no more compound. But he can return to Scout 3's and at least return their things to their families. He doesn't know the area well enough, and he's still trying to figure out the notes that Scout 3 left behind. Although Scout 3 explained kind of what they meant, it's still a shorthand that he is trying to make heads or tails of. So he continues on, and as he's putting his food away, not really having eaten much, spending most of his time simply preparing his food, he starts to hear a noise outside, a familiar noise, a noise that will haunt him for probably the rest of his days. The same noises he heard before Scout 3 died. The modulated sounds of electronic grating, awful noises coming from the streets. It's the Raiders once again taunting him, telling him they know he's alone now and there's nothing he can do to hide, to just give up, but he's never going to. Not when he can still breathe, not while he can still run and breathe. And with that, he runs. He hears them, the slapping sounds of their beasts' feet on the ground as it starts chasing them. He starts running. He starts running and running and running faster. He's not the fastest person, but he does have long legs. And that's all that keeps him going. He hears shots behind him, but he's too far for them to actually hit bullets heavy in this day and age. But that doesn't stop their beasts from trying to get him. They chase and they chase and they try to get him, but they are no match for him. They are simply a beast and he is a human. He will win, he will beat them, and he will persevere. He refuses at this point to be taken down in such a simple manner. If they want him, they're going to have to fight for it. As he leaves these beasts behind, slapping away, coming back to their owners, to the raiders, in failure, he smells a pungent smell he recognizes, that of the carnivorous plant, or of the pungent, disgusting plant 3 and him saw earlier. What is he gonna do now? He can still hear the yelps and the screams in the background of the raiders and their beasts he thinks back to the time three weaved beasts into those cultists in robes before, and he wonders. He waits a little while close to this plant as it made its way towards him. In no rush, it seemed. Curious. Then it opened up its petaled appendage, and that is when the full stench of death began to permeate past him. The spores and the smoke coming out of this abomination had his ears tearing and gagging. But that's when he started to hear the yelps and the screams of these beasts again, and that was his cue to run. And he began running away as these beasts were attracted to this carnivorous plant, this writhing mass of wires, something he had never seen before and now had seen twice. A tale worth telling if he ever got the chance to. And with it, it seemed beasts were attracted to the smell of stench of death. These raider beasts, no exception. And as they yelped and they screamed, you heard them start to quiet down, and the yelping and shots from the raiders as they tried to save their beasts from the allure of this abomination. But that's behind you now. You move forward, and you find another bunkers, 3 having shown you the trick for finding them, how abnormal the ground looked around them, but only abnormal if you knew what you were looking for. And you look around once more, and you struggle to open this door more than the last. Its hinges rusted, but not impossible to move. Not impossible that if you were to close it behind you, you wouldn't be able to open it again. There's another clean bed there. Last time, he insisted taking the floor, and the 3 took the bed. But without a 3, I guess it's his turn to take the bed. And he's setting up for the night, reading through the Scout's manual, the 3 left behind, notes from prior to joining him. He finds he realizes he hadn't really eaten that day, spent most of the day running from beasts and pungent smells and the raiders mostly. And he can't find himself to have an appetite today either. It's not that he's not hungry. He just simply can't bring himself to eat. And it's a question, and it's dangerous to not eat in this day and age. But he can't bring himself to do it today. It's hard. And he looks at the food in his pack, and he decides tomorrow. He'll eat it tomorrow. He considers this a sacrifice for later, rationing his food, even though he has twice as much now. He's rationing it. He falls asleep in this comfortable bed, more comfortable than the floor and the mat he carries around him for himself as his bedroll. And he lays down and wonders, what's coming tomorrow? Will he ever reach this compound? And what is he willing to sacrifice? And with that, we have 3, count it, 1, 2, 3 Jenga tokens to roll. And also we get to roll twice for our to see if we move forward, which is good. But first, the Jenga tower over here. We have to pull 1, 2, 3. All right, we've only pulled 1, so it should be pretty easy going to start with. We've got 1. We've got 2. And we got, wait, where is it? Here we go. 3. Sorry, I can't really see it when it's angled like this. There's an angle I cannot see, and because I refuse to get up and look at it, I have to like feel around until I hit like the row where I can push in from this angle. But we did it. We got 3 down. It's still easy going. We're right at the beginning. Our Jenga tower shouldn't be our number 1 issue, so long as I don't knock it down with my mic arm, crossing our fingers. And now we get to roll twice. Roll twice to see if we make it forth to the next day. Let's see. Let's come back here. We're on day. We moved back a tile because Mark doesn't know how to read a map. So we need to roll a 5 or a 6 to move forward, guys. 5 or 6. Come on. You got this. We rolled a lot of 5s and 6s recently, so I'm a little nervous about it. About the computer RNG not letting me get it. But let's see. 5 or 6. 5 or 6. Let's do it. Come on. All right, chat. I need you to blow on the die. I need you to blow on the die as I roll forward, okay? We got this. We got this. We got this. Big money, no Emmys. 2. Damn it. We don't move backwards though, so that's a good thing. Our record is 3. We've got into 3. So if we make it past 3, that'll be the miracle. Now let's keep the same energy dice. Roll low, roll low. We need a low roll. Oh no, we only rolled 1 die. Okay, we got one more chance. One more chance. Do we get it with this one? A 4. Damn it, we don't. All right. I forgot we were rolling 2d6 on that one, and I forgot to change it to a 2d6. All right, this next roll is to see if how many cards we're pulling for the next day. Low, 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 low. Mark, I don't know, buddy. I don't think we're making it, bud. I don't think you've rolled 3 6s in a row for cards. I don't know if this is gonna end well for you, bud. I'm hoping good things for you, but I don't see this ending well for both of us, bud. All right, we rolled 4 of clubs. A raider comes at you, knife gleaming in the sun. They slash at you with a crude blade. They're either cunning, brawn, or sheer dumb luck. You managed to escape. How did you get away? Number 9, you walk through the crumbling shell of a home, finding rooms for sleeping and rooms for recreation. The family who lived here knew peace before survival. Do you stay? A bookshelf crumbles as you walk past it. We've gotten that one twice now. With horrid in fact, Mark got it. Mark was the one that found the books of the old world. Books filled with paintings of horrid creatures. Do these once roam in the old world? What do you do with the books? 7 of hearts. While traversing a steep, gravelly hill, you lose your footing and tumble back down. Your leg is scratched up and bruised. What do you do? Jack of hearts. You find the fresh tracks of a large beast in the sand. You can't hear it, and you don't want to see it. How do you ensure you will avoid it? What do you think it is? And then the bike. Oh my god, we get to use the bike this time. Let's go. We didn't get to use the bike last time. We just left it behind. Because of the sandstorm. But this time, we get to use it. Let's go. All right. What order do you want to do this? Let's do... We go into the house and we find the bike. That's how we end the night, I think. Let's actually do... Let's find the house and we'll find the books and the bike inside of the house. Let's avoid the beast first, I think. Then we avoid the raider. We fall down the gravelly hill. We find the house. And then everything inside the house. I think that's a good narrative way to do this. All right. J of hearts. You find the fresh tracks of a large beast in the sand. You can't hear it and you don't want to see it. How do you ensure you will avoid it? What do you think it is? You're walking along, leaving the area, and where you rested outside of the bunker, and you immediately see the tracks of this beast. You've seen this beast before. It's the same beast that ate those cultists, the same beast that 3 helped you avoid. It's the same beast that you use a technique to corral the raiders hounds. to be lured into the carnivorous plant. So what do you do now? You use three same technique of going back from whence, walking away from where the footprints are going, in the hopes that it won't double back on itself in its search for food. You're lucky to be downwind of this beast, so you're able to walk around, walking back upon these beasts' foot tracks, and then going around in such a way that you hope will be away from the patrolling zone of this large beast. Not having anything to bait them into this time, but just keeping in mind you have to be quiet. And as you're going around, you're confronted with a raider through the trees, through the trunks of these long, long dead trees. A raider pops out with a knife and starts slashing at you. You start dodging left, right. Your hat falls, but you can't let that bother you right now. You're moving left, right, down, and that's when um you remember um you remember when you were training, um how difficult you found to move in a certain direction in the raider armor, all made the same, almost like an army's armor. However, looking different because it's made with scrap metal, so you can only hope that this armor has the same defect. And you dodge to the left, and as they swing with their right hand, you dodge to the left, hoping to be right out of their reach, and hoping that their arm cannot bend as far as need be. And as you dodge to the left, you run, you swing an arm around their neck, and use your momentum of you swinging to bring them down onto the ground. Um, Swinging their knife out of their hands, as they swing around, and as he clutches at his throat. As you slam him down and he loses his breath, you turn around and start punching them in the face, um, over and over again, knowing that their armor is pure metal, and though made of scrap metal, you're not getting through it. The only exposed plating being the arms and the head. And so you punch and you punch until they stop moving. You hope they're still conscious, but you're not going to wait around to find out. You kick the knife out of reach, and you go to grab for the hat and put it back on. It doesn't exactly fit you, but it was threes, and you're going to continue wearing it. Visceral. And they move forward away, hoping that wasn't enough noise to attract the beast away. As Mark continues on slinking away, he finds a gravelly hill he needs to make his way over. According to Three's map, he needs to get past this gravelly hill, and past this will allow him to get to work he needs, to find the road he needs to get to the compound. And he goes up. He's never really gone up a hill of this kind before. Uncomfortable, like a newborn trying to crawl his way up. But Mark is finding it difficult, continuing to fall down and slide down until he thinks he feels confident that he's hit solid ground. And then he does not, and just loses his footing. He tries to catch onto something, but all he gets is loose pebbles as he tumbles backwards and rolls down this hill. Reaching the bottom, leg scratched up, his pants are ripped, and he just lays there on the gravel for a little bit. It's blistering hot, and so is the gravel. But he needs a moment to really just contemplate his life at this point. What is he doing? What's the point? What is he? What'll even happen at the end of this? Is he even gonna get invited into the compound? Does it even matter? At the end of the day, all he can do is lay there, eyes closed, wondering about everything, thinking about it all, thinking about what would 3 do. 3 would probably be able to get this gravel path no problem, but he's Mark, he's not 3. So after a few minutes, he rolls over and shakes out the pebbles from his armor. Still scrap metal, still the Raider's armor. And he starts walking around this gravel hill. It will take him a little longer, but he's hoping that he'll find a way past this, because going up is clearly not an option for him. Lest next time he tumbles, he breaks something. And so he walks around, and as he's walking around this hill, he finds a crumbling home, and it's still standing, which is something to be said 200 years after the old war, after the Great War. So he enters inside this door, barely hanging on, the hinges squeaking, but the door still being able to be open. Inside, the smell of rotting wood is pungent, but it is not the worst thing he's smelled in the past couple of days. Let's just put it that way. It's a livable stench. He walks in and he looks around and sees that this is a home for rest. This is a home of a person. There's one inside a drawer. He finds a frame, a metallic frame, with a glass lens, and behind it is a picture, is a painting, a very good painting, of a family, 4 of them, 2 adults, 2 children, and some sort of beast next to them, standing outside of what Mark assumes is the front of this house. Though what he sees now is much more dilapidated, not even the same color. And he looks at it inside this house, through the sun, through the window, the sun of the windows, and wonders what life was like for people before the Great War. This large home with multiple rooms, multiple beds, and rooms that look empty with no purpose. Is this really how they lived back then? Is this really how life was like before the war? One where one can have a house in the middle of nowhere with no concerns of being attacked by raiders, attacked by strangers, attacked by great beasts that could rip doors off of buildings, especially a rickety one made out of wood. In his curiosity, he continues to look around the house. He finds another shelving unit tipped over, and as he rummages through it, he finds more books with paintings inside of it of different animals. This one depicted them slightly different, more round, less ferocious, but no less terrifying, at least to Mark. Looking at them, it looked like they were wearing clothing. A small feline wearing a uniform of sorts, it looked like. Almost like the scout's hat, but slightly different. Another one wearing some sort of long blanket on their back, with a collar on. Interesting depictions. Did beasts dress up? did they wear clothing back in the times before? And as Mark continues to look through this book, he eventually puts it back down, curious as to the depictions of that book compared to the one he still has in his pack. He moves forward and goes into another large empty room. This one made out of concrete, much sturdier. And inside it, under a tarp, he finds a two-wheeled vehicle. He'd heard of these. He saw one of these and he rushes back to the room with the fallen bookshelf and pulls out a thin book with in front of it saying how to ride a bicycle. A bicycle. Interesting, a bicycle. And he goes back to the garage, into the cement built room, and looks at it and looks at the picture, looks at the bicycle, and it's slightly different in shape, but Mark believes that this bicycle is a vehicle of some sort. And Mark sits down and starts to read through this book. And through the rest of the evening, late afternoon into evening, he spends it looking at this bicycle book and learning it, using the small child's reference book to learn how to ride a bicycle. And he falls down several times, but luckily this room is empty. And he is able to he begins to learn to balance himself on his bicycle until he is able to start making headway and steer left and right. It's a little tight. But the bicycle book talks about oiling, about oil. And looking around this concrete building or room, he sees a drawer with some thing called W40, and he uses that to it's mostly rusted out, but there's still something inside of it, and uses that to oil the wheels and the turning mechanism. And when he tries it again, he's able to then more smoothly ride it. It may not last very long. It's these wheels do not seem like they will able to withstand the wastelands for long, but anything is better than going on foot, and this way the raiders will have a more difficult time following him. And so he continues to practice until the night passes by, and before he finds a room and falls asleep in it. And that's Mark's day this day, with his bicycling and his new picture book about that's definitely not a Paw Patrol book. All right, we have three Jenga pulls we need to do, and then we get to roll twice, and hopefully we move forward a day. But first, the Jenga tower. Ooh, we need to roll 3. And by roll, I mean we need a pull. All right, things are getting a little precarious out in this house. Please give me this, thank you. All right, that's 2. We need 1 more. When is it no longer a faux pas to use the ones that I put up here? Let's pull that one. I want to have a stable base as much as possible. All right, there we go. All right. Whew. Okay, now we roll twice. We got 3 of those pulled. Now we roll twice. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna write 2d6. It's too long. We'll have to find another 2d6. All right, come on. Come on. 5 or 6. We got this. 5 or 6. 5 or 6. Come on, come on, come on. Please, 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 please. Let's get back to that 3. Let's get back to 3. Come on, come on. 2 chances. One of them has to be a 6, right? 5 or 6. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, 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 okay. We got this. Double 3s. We don't move backwards, but we don't move forward. Oh, my boy. And he's just going to roll another 6 here. He's going to run another 6. And I would be so sad about it. All right, come on. Low number 1. 1, 1, 1, 1. Mark, I'm just, buddy, you're doing well, but I don't have high hopes for you, is all I'm saying. All I'm saying is our chances would get lower and lower every time you roll high. He lives to see another day. He lives to see another day. That's 3 6s and a 4. Mark, we're getting there. We're getting through this deck, and I'm scared for your life. I'm not gonna lie to you. All right. Oh man, Mark. Oh, Mark. Okay. I don't know. There's enough cards left in this deck for us to make it out of here. I'm not gonna lie to you. Let's keep going. All right. J of Diamonds. The charred remains of the forest stretch out ahead of you for miles. The picture showed this land used to be green and lush. Now it's an ominous blight. How does this make you feel? We already got that one. The raiders fighting and punching and shouting until a gunshot rings. They kill their own with little consideration. There is only violence, even among raiders. Then we have a tiny splash of green in a sea of gray. Looking down, you see a sapling growing through the rough wasteland soil. The plant life growing in the waste. What do you do? And then we have daily struggles. You stumble into an old and long since ransacked grocery store. You find 3 cans of dog food. A rare find. We find more dog food. I'm starting to think that it's not that rare, guys. All right. Let's finish off with this. You know what? Let's actually do this. Let's find the food in the house. Okay. 4. As we wake up inside of the house, you do one last once over through the Mark makes one less once over through this house, searching through cabinets, high and low, and inside one of the small rooms that can barely fit a person, underneath a bunch of debris that would have been something once, but now just lies in tatters. Mark finds 3 cans of food with that beast that he recognizes, the one he still has 2 of in his pack. He's still eating through the 2 rats that Slee and him caught before, but this will be a wonderful addition to his rations and a great offering to the compound once he gets there. If he can, he's going to try and save them until Mark can get to the compound as a show of good faith. Still trying to decide whether or not he's going to be wearing that 3's hat or not, if that's going to be a good or bad omen. And with that, he leaves his family home, looking back at it, wondering if one day humanity would be able to return back to a time where someone could live in a home in the middle of nowhere without fear of beasts and having the resources to have 2 children alone in the middle of nowhere. Something unfathomable, but a goal nonetheless. We move on to J, the Jack of Diamonds. From relics of the past, the charred remains of a forest stretch out ahead of you for miles. The picture showed this land used to be green and lush. Now it's an ominous blight. How does this make you feel? Still making our way around this gravelly hill, larger than you thought it was. Um, you stumble into another forest, eerily similar to that of the one you found three in. You walk through it and wonder what happened. This doesn't look. You've made charcoal before. You found wood and cooked it at such a point that it became charcoal. This isn't that. This is normal. This has a hue that's unnatural to it. This forest has existed long after um it became charred. It's almost petrified, this wood, how old it is, how it's become charcoal and darkened in the way it has. It's not the first forest you've seen like this, it's now the second. You can only wonder what happened, what burned these trees to leave them in such a state for 200 years. It creeps you out being in here, thinking you see something out of the corner of your eye. Um, After every step, your footfalls echo, not muted by anything, as you walk forward. And it's like walking through a valley of death. You are encouraged to move through this forest as fast as possible to get to the other side. Maybe the gravelly hill should have gotten another chance. Maybe that was still the better option, because this can't be the better option. And he moves forward, and in another hallucination out of the corner of his eye, he starts hearing a noise. The rapid slapping of flesh with cheers and jeering, and more slapping until you hear a gunshot. From a distance, you can see the outline of the armor of raiders, encircling not encircling, but uh, around two individuals that were shirts off, punching each other, fighting. Those raiders around them jeering, as they encourage the violence further. Raiders, you recognize this from your time um, with the raiders. This was how they dealt with their issues. If someone felt slighted, they were challenged to a duel to the death, and they would take off their armor and duke it out. They would punch each other, fighting, um, until retribution was had. And this happening out here this must have been a a slight unlike any other. The individual lucky they weren't shot dead the moment it happened. Um, to have this fight with only a crew wandering through a fallen forest. Look, that's what I'm saying, privilege. Um, he, an individual standing over the other one, gun drawn, still pointed at this being, as if almost contemplating whether or not they're gonna to shoot again, if they're willing to waste a bullet on this individual. Another one. The crowd cheering behind him. You're disgusted by this exhibition. You continue on, allowing the jeers to fade behind you. You finally make your way out of this horrifying forest, and if you can breathe suddenly, your chest expands, and and you finally feel free. It's starting to get dark, and this makes you a little sad. The claustrophobia once again coming in around you, but happy at long last at least not have to spend the night inside that forest with Lord knows what. So Mark continues on longer than he would like, looking for an adequate shelter, taking all advice 3 left him, both in the survival guide and also through his experiences with her. Being with 3 seems like it was a lifetimes ago, but he still holds on to their laughter before their death. And as he finally finds an area suitable for shelter, he may not have a roof this night, but at least he will have cover in the rubble. He finds a sapling coming out of the ground here in the middle of nowhere, growing, and he cries. If he sees this, he falls to the ground and just starts crying. The kind of crying that makes it hard to breathe. You can't catch your breath. He is assaulted with his own emotions. He can't even sort them out. He doesn't know what is creating this response from seeing this small, tiny sapling coming out of the ground with its single leaf flapping in the wind and just feet away from where he was intending to sleep in this rubble in the in just what was left of the before. And he weeps, sorrowful for what happened at his compound, for everyone he knew and loved lost, sorrowful for himself for what happened when he was taken instead of given the mercy of dying with those he loved, taken and almost forced to become that of which he hated, and then escaping the harrowing effort of being faced between life and death, and how he chose and was able to run, and somehow, some way, was able to run into 3 who showed him everything he needed to survive, and then to see them also die for him, chosen once again. He cries. He cries for the loss of his life. He cries for what ifs. And he cries because there is still, after him, there will still be a tomorrow. After him, there will still be hope. In the least likely of places, life will continue to go on, just as death also will. A lesson he thinks 3 hoped he would learn sooner rather than later, but like, later is still good enough. And with that, we have 1 Jenga pull to make here. We just have 1. Where are we gonna pull it from? Okay. Can I pull them up here now? Is that okay? Is there like a rule as to how many layers I'm supposed to leave at the top? Or is it just a free for all, you think? I'm okay with that though. 4 layers, that's good enough. Alright. It is starting to get a little shaky. I don't know if you guys saw that, but it's getting shaky. I don't see that? It's shaky. Alright. We have to now we get no bonuses on any of these. So it's a straight roll. 5 or 6. 5 or 6, guys. We got this. 5 or 6. Mark, you're killing me, brother. I'm like this close to modifying the rule to give Mark a chance here. Oh my god. Alright. Keep this energy, Mark. Mark, I need you to keep this energy low numbers. Give me a 1. Can I get a 1, Mark? Another 2. Okay, I can live with a 2, but we're playing with fire, Mark. Mark? Oh, Mark. Oh, Mark. Okay. Mark wakes up the next morning, gives a glance once more to the sapling flapping in the wind with a renewed hope, a new lightness in his heart as he moves forward. The day seeming a little brighter, but as he walks um, a few hours, he passes a building that he thought was safe. It's marked as safe on the map provided to him by three, but as he walks past it, he starts smelling a smell he'll never forget for the rest of his days, that of body odor and sweat and death. And then he hears their footfalls. Raiders are behind him, and he begins to run without a second thought. He runs faster and faster, dodging through buildings in the same way he'd watched three do. He got stuck once, but he was able to continue running to get free before they could catch him. He runs much longer than he needed to, and his exhaustion is so pure um, by the end of it. But somehow he managed to shake these raiders through these buildings, through the bushes, and finally out into the wastelands. He in a crater, he feels safe to stop and breathe. But as he continues to try and catch his breath, he can't. It's hard for him to breathe. He's he doesn't know why he can't catch his breath. He's trying so hard, and then he looks at his skin, that not covered with armor, and it's starting to get splotchy and red. His vision starts becoming double. His stomach starts churning. He's struggling to he continues to struggle to catch his breath. He can't breathe. Um, he's he's wonders if this wire plant is around again, but then he thinks back, his mind clearing up just long enough to be able to remember when he saw this come across his compound. It's waste sickness. He's seen the scavengers come back with this in days past. He himself never catching it, but very much seeing others. It's a high mortality rate illness, and it usually needs to be waited out. Drinking a lot of fluids and eating rich foods, um, something not available always, and therefore waste sickness takes those, especially scavengers who are unable to get back to the compound. As Mark lays in the crater, um, sun beaming down on him, as it begins to go down out in the middle of this wasteland, he wonders if this is it, if this is where he dies. He takes out the water bottle that he got for three, the new one he found inside of a building with a full collection of them, but many of them already bored through and rotted over time. This being the only one left without defect, he takes it out, still with the spring water they found the day of Three's death, and he starts drinking from it, and drinking and drinking and and just chugging it down, hoping that this will be enough to get him through this. And as he lays there as the sun goes down, his eyes begin to close, and there he lies asleep, wondering if he'll wake up again tomorrow, and thinking, if not, this is a good life. And we got our second K now, so we have two Ks, two kings. And there's no modifier on this card, right? Nope. Don't you do this, Mark. You're a fighter, Mark. You are number 4. Second number 2, but that's okay. Oh, Mark. Poor Mark, buddy. Mark, I need you to roll well, bud. Come on. Come on. 5 or 6, Mark. 5 or 6. We got this, Mark. Alright, Mark, keep the same energy. Low rolls, bud. That wasn't a low roll, bud. That wasn't a low roll. That was a 4. You gave me a 4. You gave me a 4, bud. Mark? Fuck, Mark. Mark. God damn it, Mark. These virtual doors are out for blood. They are not rolling in my favor. Oh, Mark, bud. I don't know how many cards we have left in this deck, but I don't think we're coming out of this, bud. This Ace of Spades is coming up to us fast. So are these kings, bud. And you're rolling high? Oh, rolling high. I don't think there's enough cards in the deck for me to get to the end, is the thing. I think even if we make it, I don't think it works getting it to the end. Alright, we get... Your small canteen falls from your hands, cracking and begins leaking. In desperation, you spend all day repairing it. How do you repair it? Do not roll to move the next tile. Son of a bitch, Mark. Oh, this is good. We got 2 of them out of the way. We got 2 do not rolls out of the way. Let's go. The next one is we get a sandstorm. And we can't roll that one either. Alright, that's good. That's good. Mark, our luck's looking up. I think we've gotten all the do not roll to then move next to the next tile out of the way. Alright, the next one is a sandstorm. A sandstorm approaches. We need to wait out the storm. And we cannot move to roll to the next tile. Then we have their gibbering echoes through the streets. They come shuffling towards you, a loner who has lost their mind. Have you seen the broken light of the forgotten mothers? How do you respond? Then you hear the howls of the beasts, the rabid, starving mongrels they've trained to hunt and kill. Their guttural growls and screams pierce through the silence of the waste. What do you do? What are you thinking? Not the water. You need that to recover, that's what I'm saying. Oh, I know how I'm gonna play this. I know how we're gonna play this. This is what we're gonna do. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Alright. As the sun comes overhead, we're woken up by the brightness of the sun just blaring down at us. Still in the same spot we lie down in. We're perched once more, but we're alive, we're awake. And you hear gibberish next to you. You alarmedly, as much as you can, with your head still swimming, you look to your right and you see an individual in ragged clothes and their hair in disarray, muttering to themselves, hand in head, sitting on the crater next to you, muttering nonsense. You look at them and they notice you, and they start gibbering things about, oh, the sun, it comes, it goes, and how are we gonna go? And have you seen the broken light of the forgotten mothers and fathers and sisters and brothers? And are we gonna find them? Are they gonna go? Where they're gonna go? And where are you gonna go? Are you part of the light? Are you part of the dark? How are we gonna know? We can ask, I guess. We can ask. And as this continues going on and on in circles, doing nothing for your headache, you don't even begin to respond. You'd heard of the loners. They're no secret. People who left compounds, people who were thrown out of compounds for a reason or another, gone crazy in the loneliness and the harsh realities of the wasteland. Mark stumbles out of the crater, still struggling to really get a lay of the land. And he starts walking in a direction until he realizes he's going the wrong one and switches back and goes the other way. He wonders if that would have been him. After his multiple breakdowns, he really wonders if he could have made it alone. If it weren't for three, would that be him? He continues on and still struggling to maintain stability. He takes out his canteen this time and starts sipping water out of it, hoping for the best. And as he starts drinking out of it, he stumbles on his own 2 feet, unable to coordinate drinking water and walking at the same time, and he falls. And as he falls, he hears the crack of the canteen as he rushes desperately to save as much water as he can by putting his thumb at the entrance of where he was drinking it, flipping it over. It doesn't stop the water from coming out, but it does prevent it from pouring out. He's desperately trying to unscrew. He's desperately looking for the other canteen he drained yesterday that was threes and finds that it's no longer there. He thinks he left it in that crater, or maybe that crazy man took it from him, but he doesn't have time to think about that anymore. He only has time to think about how to save this canteen. He starts looking around and he finds another building up ahead, trying his best to hold his canteen in such a way that the water will not leak out. And drinking whatever it does, he frantically looks through drawers and cabinets and boxes and hoping for another bottle, and if not another bottle, something to repair it. And it takes all day until he finally finds something to patch this. And he desperately starts wrapping it up and heating it up in such a way that this putty will cover the crack. And it's not a solution that will last him weeks, but it is a solution that will save him for now. His precious water not going to go to waste, especially after leaving Three's bottle behind. Inside this building, he sees he notices it gets dark outside. He did start late, but he didn't think it was that late. And then he hears the howls and screams of these rabid mongrels of the raiders out in the distance, screaming. And you hear the whoops of the raiders also right behind them. And you wonder what is going to happen now. You can't go anywhere. You have to wait for this. You're dead either way, if you leave now or if you don't give the time for this to cure, then without water you'll die before the next day in the wastes. As you contemplate what you're going to do inside of this house, as you rapidly try to cure this with fire, you hear the wind blowing and the yelps of the mongrels outside, who were once approaching you, now yelping away, and you hear whistling from the raiders. You think they found you. You think this is it, but you have to finish this cure. There's only one way to fix this bottle. You're not going to get lucky twice. So you sit there with a stick and fire, hoping, praying that this fixes the canteen. Howling happens outside, and you think this is it. This is the end. And then the howling continues, and it whistles, and you look up, and you see a sea of red go past the windows of this home. You hear the rattling of doors, and you hear the creaking as a building moves, with the wind howling past them. This is another sandstorm. You'd seen them before, but you're always inside. It's the first time you've been able to see a a sandstorm through a window. Window is once again a luxury in your compound, a luxury none of you had. Um, Sandstorms are waited out inside your fully enclosed rooms. And you hear the yelping get farther and farther, and the whistles get farther as they presumably find their own shelter to get through this sandstorm. This doesn't allow you to move forward, but it doesn't allow them to move forward either. And now you have a chance to continue to fix your canteen. And with it, you're able to um, make a more sophisticated repair than you would have before. Now being forced to stay here for the sandstorm. It won't hold forever, but it will hold. This clay now formed in such a way that won't slop off and will stay on this canteen and not let anything leak out of it, at least not for a few weeks. Not until a new canteen could be found. And that's the end of the day. Mark finds a nice corner to sleep in. And he has his exits. He knows where to get out. And he goes to bed. We're pulling 3 times again, Mark. We're pulling 3 more times. Mark, I need you to stop doing this to me, buddy. All right? Come on, Mark. I want you to survive. I'm rooting for you, Mark. All right. What do we do? 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 It's so wiggly wobbly. All right. Is it this way? Nope, it's this way. Hold on. There we go. I thought it was going to fall. I'm not going to lie to you. I saw something move, and I thought it was falling. That's 1. 2 more. There was one somewhere up here that was like real. There it is. That was a real movie. That's 2. Uh, there we go. 3. Okay, this is reaching my mic arm, and I'm a little afraid. I'm a little afraid I'm gonna knock it down. All right. Now it's not my smartest move in the world, but you know what? We're doing it. Okay, guys. I think we got this. I think Mark's got this, and by got this, I think Mark is probably gonna die soon. I don't have high hopes for Mark. All right, we got a D. Oh, we can't move. So this is just a D6 for the next day. A 1, Mark, finally. Oh, and it's a Q. Let's go. Let's go, Mark. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Finally, things are looking up, Mark. All right. Mark wakes up the next day with um, a newly fixed and cured water bottle, and knowing he needs to keep an eye out for a new one, but no longer a. Oh, thank you. He rolled a 1. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Um, he is looking for a new water bottle now, but no longer the top priority. He no longer needs to go searching every single one of uh, every single house he passes for a new one. He can now wait a little bit. He might even be able to wait until the compound to get a new one. But as he's walking along, it's a fairly quiet day. Out in the distance, he sees another city. Almost wondering if it's the same one he saw before. It might be. I don't remember when they pulled that one. It might be 1 or 2. It might be the same city. He's just gone around in a circle. Uh, he looks at it and hears the sounds and wonders if humanity will ever be able to create such large buildings once again, such large wasteful buildings, or if we're able, or if we will able be able, if we will ever be able to um to use them once more, or if we'll forever live in this life of survival and death. All right, Mark. I'm not pulling. I'm not doing nothing. All I'm doing is I'm rolling. Come on, Mark. 5 or 6, bud. That was a free day. 5 or 6, bud. Come on. Mark. Mark. Oh. I know, Mark, that technically this is me, Mark. I know technically this is Mark. I know this is me. I know I'm the one rolling for your demise, but I am. We're not making out of here, bud. Unless we roll 1s and 6s the rest of the way, Mark, we're not making it out of here. I am so sorry, Mark. We are not making it out of here. Between this Jenga tower being wobbly and us having very few cards left in this deck, I do not trust. Oh, I didn't roll. Sorry, I just was upset about the one. Hold on. Let's roll 1d6. Oh, Mark, Mark, we're winning. Oh my God, Mark, we come across a friendly face the next day. It is a strange occurrence when sometimes the waits bless you. It's another scout out on patrol. They supply you information on the surrounding area and you warn them. Oh my God, Mark. Okay, look. We just need to be doing this, alright? It's 1-1-1. Mark, we got this. We can do this, Mark. Come on, bud. We come across a scout, and you don't recognize him at first glance, not accustomed to them, and extremely concerned when they start coming towards you. But you remember 3 once telling you that scouts work alone. A compound may have several scouts, but they work independently of each other. But they are friendly to each other. They're usually the only friendly face they see out in the wastelands. And that when they come across each other, they give each other notes about the area. It's Scout's honor to do such a thing. There's no quarrel. Scouts do not carry weapons, needing to travel as light as possible and quickly as possible. So when this man comes across you, confused as you have a scout's cap but a raider's armor, you come across and you inform him that you are a new scout. This is your first time out. Out of necessity, you were being trained when your trainer and you ran away from raiders and they sacrificed themselves to live, having taken one of the pills inside the cap and showing him the missing pill. And now that this was his cap and this was his stolen armor, the scout is wary of you, but seeing as you had not attacked them nor had any obvious weapons, they don't have any reason to not believe you. They give you information, though maybe not as much as you would normally get, but you don't really know that. Mark doesn't know that. And they exchange information. Mark informs them about making marks, just as 3 would, showing them the dangerous locations where carnivorous plants were, giving you, although they give you a weird look because those are basically the boogeyman out here in the wastes. And the fact that you've seen one twice is impossible, one might say, but they write it down in their notes either way, taking note about where carnivorous plants are, where large beasts were recently spotted, and all the locations that raiders had taken over and had a footprint in at this point, or presumably so. And so the scout gives you information about locations that we should avoid, and then goes about their way and shows you a special hand sign that signifies that they are a scout. If they truly are in training, as their crude markings on the map would kind of, suggest. And with that piece of advice, the scout goes on their day as you go on yours, uneventful as you continue to take the footsteps that this scout did. Um, and we have to pull once, and then we get to roll twice. So on to our our dot is on here. Hold on. There we go. um, on to our Jenga tower. You need to pull one. All right. Mark, shit's getting. Oh, I can't see it. Hold on. I'm pushing the wrong thing. All right. I am. Hold on. I can't even see it from my angle. I feel like this one. No. This is. You know, it's serious when I'm moving my chair. I. We're gonna have to start getting. We're gonna have. I'm reaching for the wrong one. It was spicy. That's one. It's getting so spicy. Come on, Mark, please. I'm begging you, Mark. All right. Come on, Mark. We get to roll twice. We get a 4, 5, or 6 this time. Right? 4, 5, or 6 to move on to 2? Yep. All right. Come on, Mark. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Mark, buddy. Oh, Mark, buddy. Come on, bro. Oh, we're not making out of this. We're not making it out of here, bro. I've seen jankier towers, but dang. Buddy. All right, here we go. Oh, and then you roll a 4, Mark. You're killing me. And by killing me, you're killing you. We got one card. Mark, our luck could only work so long. It was only going to last us so long, Mark. Ugh, Mark. Mark, Mark, Mark. I know what the story is going to be here. Mark lives here. It's okay. Sadly, Mark dies here, but that's okay too. True. Oh, Mark. Mark, 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 Mark. Mark has an uneventful day as he wanders the wasteland. He doesn't really move forward much. Almost more interested in learning about the shorthand of the scouts thinking that one way he could repay the compound when he gets there is going to be to become a scout, um, wanting to help people like 3 helped him. So he has a fairly uneventful day as he walks around, um, looking um at his little thing. Yeah, he's never losing, right? He looks at his scout's manual for the most of the day, and when he lays to rest, it turns out he doesn't choose the best of locations. He is when he lays down to go to bed, on the other side of this building, he hears raiders set up camp, loud and boisterous as they are, and also very smelly. They're talking about um the journey ahead, and it sounds weirdly normal. Um he had been around raiders before, but he was in the boot camp of sorts. So the way that they spoke versus how these people speak is weirdly human, normal. It sounds like the chattering he'd hear in his compound in the markets. And it's a weird thing to struggle with his mind. These killers, these awful people who for fun fight and kill are just having conversations about how they need to get their armor resized and how they have their eye on a certain someone back at camp and um, gossiping about certain other raiders who stole or or took something or the pranks that had been showing off of each other, and most disturbingly so, the very kind and gentle words they had about their mongrels. Um, it's almost most more disturbing than if they had been talking about death and murder and the violence they go through a day. And it's not a very restful sleep that Mark falls into listening to this, but he guesses that the humans who destroyed the world, destroyed the earth, probably had the same conversations as these two did, as these raiders did, and it's just different sides of humanity. Humans are humans no matter what, even if they are evil through and through. And as he falls asleep, almost what feels instantly, he wakes back up to the stench of black smoke, as the same familiar smell of burnt rubber permeates past him, trying to smoke him out again. Something he recognizes, something he knows what to do. Immediately, he grabs and rolls up his bed, staying low to avoid the smoke as much as possible. And he crawls out the back in a very similar way he did before with three. And in the next second, um, he snuck past them and is now encountering a raider on his hands and knees, weeping over an open grave, weapon on the side. Um, a familiar sight, weirdly so. Um, Mark can only contemplate it for so long, wondering how reminiscent these events are. And we pull out and we see Mark speaking in his sleep, gibbering about nothing in particular, about the smell of rubber the and why are you crying, and life, death, wastelands you have to choose. um Enough so that he caught the attention of the raiders who um come over the horizon of the hill and look down and see um this stranger just laying there gibbering, um, in the same way they'd seen many loners do before, and they smile at each other as they pull out their weapons, and the screen goes black. We have two polls to do here, and I'm still gonna do them. Um, Even though Mark R.I.P. never forget. He tried so hard, and at the end, it really didn't matter. But you know what? We're taking the risky ones. That's one. And where's the other one? There's another one here that has like a really easy take. That's two. Oh, he would have made it. He would have made it another one. How many more of these would have taken? It not many. Let me tell you that not right now. These ones at the bottom, these right here, they don't want to move. They are stuck. Um, but I would have had to take one eventually. So I probably would have knocked this one until it came out. Even though that one apparently wants to come out so easily. All right, that one came out. Okay, all right. Oh, got a little wobbly there. This one came out already, so that one's gonna be next, whether we like it or not. Okay, Mark would have made it a little bit longer. Okay, all right, okay. All right, okay, all right. I don't know, probably like this one. Oh, it's dancing up there. It's dancing. Oh, we dancing. You dancing the night away up there? I can't reach that anymore. I'm trying to reach it. Oh, there it goes. And there it goes. Floating to scout. Oh, Mark. Oh, buddy. Oh, we got it. Poor Mark, man. He wasn't gonna make it. Let's see, how many cards do we have left in this deck? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That would have been our third K. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Is that a few? 18. Ah, we had 18 cards left. So a few full pulls left. Although we would have gotten our 4Ks earlier than that. Again, we got our ace a lot later than that. But at the end of the day, we got it done. This was I we'll talk about it tomorrow. I'll talk about it tomorrow about my thoughts about the game and stuff, and I'll talk about the game I play next time also. That'll all be tomorrow. It was a good run, just to move forward exactly. That was the part that hurt the most. We'll talk about it mostly tomorrow. Overall, this was fun. I enjoyed this. We got a lot of like little story moments. What happens if I do this? Nothing? It's okay. I feel like this is better for me to talk to you guys. Hi. Yeah, it's a good run. R.I.P. Mark, man. R.I.P. Scouts 1 and 2, and shout out to Scout 3. Man, really, I really wanted Scout 3 and Mark to make it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I made it more heartbreaking for myself because I started to grow attached to Scout 3 and Mark. Um, by giving them some moments of what if. Um, and I'm a little sad about it. Not gonna lie to you. So is there something I'm going to talk to tomorrow? So today, that was it. Thank you guys so much for hanging out and watching. Thank you so much for seeing our runs and hanging out and hanging and seeing if we were gonna do it. I did not anticipate us playing finishing the game. I thought we'd get a little bit further on the map. I'm not gonna lie to you. I did not think we'd get stuck right at the beginning and stay there for the rest of the stream. But like, we're at the mercy of dice. Digital dice, that is. D6, I have a little bit more luck with my D6s when I roll them physically, but it is what it is. It's what you get for the ease of having it on the internet. I hope you guys like the overlay and all the cards. It took a long time to work on them, so I hope you enjoyed them. I'll talk about it tomorrow. About like the cards and how the game flowed and stuff like that. I am looking forward to setting up for next game next month. That is going to be again near the end of the month. I think it's the 29th of May. I'm gonna be doing that. Yeah, 29th of May. Um, Next month I'm gonna have more Destiny 2 streams. So the next game I have isn't gonna take that much setup for me to do like these cards did, or like before all the NPC cards. This next game is gonna be a little bit more lax. So for me, because I know I'm gonna be doing a lot of Destiny 2 prep, because in June, the first week of June, is going to be Final Shape Week. Speaking of Final Shape Week, if you guys play Destiny 2 and or know anybody who's setting up a raid team for day one raiding, feel free to let me know because I am looking for a group right now. The group I thought I might end up with ended up not being the group I was going to get with. So I was a little lax about it, a little too comfortable with it. And now I'm looking for a team again. Anyways, it doesn't matter. But if you guys know somebody, feel free to let me know. But yeah, so tomorrow, Thursday, we're gonna have a stream where we just do a lax. It'll probably be like 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, so an hour. So about when this stream started, but like when, but an hour after when stream was supposed to start. So if I were to look at the clock, it's about to be 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. So about 4 hours ago. Whatever 4 hours ago was for you, that's when next stream is going to start. It's probably going to be like an hour, maybe two. I'm going to talk about the recap of this game, how I enjoyed it, what I could have done differently, what I thought about the system, etc., etc. That'll be tomorrow. I'll also talk about the new game we're going to run next month and sort of my expectations for that game and what I hope to accomplish with it and some of the cool things that could come of it. And then also the plans for stream next month. Again, a lot of Destiny 2, but I'll also have some TTRPG streams in there or some prep, game night prep streams, I should say. So that's all gonna be tomorrow, Thursday. But thank you guys so much for hanging out for Wretched Wastelands. It was a lot of fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I very much enjoyed it. A little sad we didn't get more progress, but like, it is what it is. I didn't go into this thinking I was gonna win, because I knew what the rules were and I knew how I rolled. So, but aside from that, yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to be nice to each other. Don't forget to be compassionate, and I'll see you guys all in the next one. Bye. Once again, thank you guys so much for hanging out. You guys are the best. Tomorrow we'll do the recap. I'm very excited. Thank you guys to everyone who is subscribed. I really appreciate it, especially because I know some of you guys got unsubscribed on accident because of Twitch things. Twitch doing twitchy things. Who would have known, right? But yeah, so thank you guys so much for all the subs, all the support, you guys hanging out. Ad revenue really adds up at the end of the day for my Turbo users. I see you guys out there. I see you. So I appreciate you guys. For those of you who are subbed, I hope you guys are enjoying the emotes. And last but not least, you guys are the best.